Welcome to this episode of the Twin Peaks Log. This isn't the main show. This is something I'm tagging on at the beginning. We recorded this show in several segments, but virtually all of the recordings took place before announcements of the death of Michael Parks. Now, Michael Parks is significant in the Twin Peaks universe as Jean Reno, and he does a great turn in that role. And him not being in it would have made the show something lesser. Michael Parks is a really good, but mostly under the radar actor. But when he really comes forward, he really shines. The earliest thing I can remember seeing him in myself is a funny little British film with Roger Moore called North Sea Hijack. I think it's also called Folks, and he plays one of the main characters in that. But his career spanned quite a lot of material. I remember him really being significant at the beginning of From Dusk Till Dawn, and in his later years, he was really great in both Kill Bill and Red State. Red State, I remember him being really electric. I really enjoyed him in Red State. A one to watch if you want to watch something fairly recent from Michael Parks. It is a shame, and both Becky and I are sad at his passing. I think Becky will say something in our next recording about him too, but we just wanted to sort of pay our respects and say what a great contribution he made to Twin Peaks, and how we got eternity now to continue enjoying Michael Parks in roles such as Jean Reno in Twin Peaks. Anyway, let's go on to the main show.
She's dead, wrapped in plastic. Damn good coffee, and hot. Black as midnight on a moonless night.
Do your palms ever itch? One day, my log will have something to say about this.
It is happening again. It is happening again.
Welcome to this episode of the Twin Peaks Log, where your host Mark and Becky. Hi, Becky.
Hello.
Well, we have been really gearing up, haven't we? We've been all sorts with this Fire Walk with Me. We got a number of things. I mean, we're going to go through the film in this episode and the missing pieces, but we got a number of bits of feedback, and also we recorded a special session with Mike. From Chinstroker versus Punter, the almighty podcast, one of the greatest podcasts on the internet, in my humble opinion. But Mike dropped in. We weren't quite sure how this was going to fit in, so when we recorded this, we thought it might be a special show. So we're going to play it now, but for a few things to know. Firstly, we weren't sure what we were going to do with this, so the intro and goodbye might not. It makes it sound like we're finishing the show. We're not. It's just a segment in this show. Second thing is, Mike, just so you know, we're in the UK, Mike's in New Zealand, and we're dealing with Skype. There was a couple of little audio issues. Mike dropped out now and again, but you still get the sense of what he's talking about, because it's only for a second or two. And I was going to edit around it, but I didn't want to lose any of the stuff, because I thought it was really good. It was great. Good fun, wasn't it, Becky?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll tell you what, let's have a little music and then we'll go straight into that segment. Welcome to this episode of the Twin Peaks Log. Today we got Becky. Hi, Becky.
Hello.
And we got Mike Chinstroker. Hi, Mike.
Hello.
Right,
Hello.
Back on. We couldn't. We didn't put you off last time, I'm glad to say. So today we are talking about Fire Walk with Me and various aspects around that. We're probably going to be doing this as a special with Mike, and then Becky and I follow this up with another show, because we got feedback and stuff I want to go through, but I don't want to sort of raise that at this show, because we got Mike for a limited time, and we want to concentrate Mike. We want the concentrate that makes the concentrate with Mike, right? So,
nice.
Hey,
I've got some feedback for you guys as well, but I'll send that for next week's show.
Okay, that'd be cool. So, just some general thoughts, Mike, before we get to Fire Walk with Me. Now, we've talked, we've been talking weekly about the show since you were last on, obviously, and we've covered the rest of the series. Have you got any sort of thoughts on the series after the Laura Palmer arc?
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, I think that's kind of the most interesting part of the series to talk about, because it's the elements of it that have probably been discussed the least. And I'm actually up to date. I just last night listened to your final episode of season 2, and I've really enjoyed your talk of season 2. I think you guys have been kinder to it than a lot of people are. I think that you've seen it kind of for what it is. I think it's probably a lot easier in retrospect binge watching it than it probably was at the time. I remember really noticing the change right after that sort of several day jump, the episode straight after Leland dies. I remember at the time just thinking, geez, this is a different show now. And it was funny because I remember subsequently watching On the Air, the sitcom that Mark Frost and David Lynch did pretty much straight after Twin Peaks. And it's really weird how much, considering how little Frost and Lynch were actually involved in season 2 after the Laura Palmer arc, how similar they are. Like, if you like the Dick and Andy show, as you guys call it, On the Air is basically, although the actor who plays Andy isn't in it, is essentially an entire season of the Dick and Andy show.
We got to see that.
I think it's all on YouTube. They only made about 8 or 9 episodes.
It's called On the Air. On the Air.
It's a sitcom. The Lynch, literally the week Twin Peaks finished, they got half the cast. Like the lead character, it's set in the 50s, and it's about a kind of almost like a Saturday Night Live type show in the 50s, and it's a farcical comedy about all of the goings on behind the scenes. And it's starring, I'm terrible with names today, I haven't had my coffee yet, but the actor who plays Dick Tremaine is the lead.
God, I've got to see this. And this is the first time I've ever heard of this.
Jerry Hall is the second lead in it, and it's basically a collection of Twin Peaks actors doing a sitcom. I think pretty much every episode is directed by Lynch, and it's co-written with Mark Frost. It's the Lynch Frost Productions. I don't think it ever even aired in the UK, but it came out on VHS the same week that Twin Peaks came out on VHS initially, so I kind of went and bought the lot. And it's a season of the Dick and Andy show, basically.
I've never heard of this. I can't believe I've not. Have you ever heard of this, Becky?
No.
This is completely new to. I thought you were talking about. Was it rabbits or something when you were talking about?
No. I mean that was early 2000s, I think. But On the Air, and they did another TV show called American Chronicles, and they did another TV show called Hotel Room. And they were all right after Twin Peaks, and they were all very short-lived, but they've all been released in one or another. I mean, Hotel Room, there was 3 episodes. It was like a Twilight Zone-esque show, like an anthology show.
Just for our listeners, in case you don't if you're mad and you don't listen to Chinstroker versus Punter, you did talk about your feelings about Hotel Room in a fairly recent show, right? So
and they edited it together to be like a movie. So with season 2, it's funny how I kind of lump it together with On the Air, which is odd considering that element of it. I mean, I know that Lynch obviously was off doing other things at the time, and so was Mark Frost. They were both kind of trying to develop sort of their own empires at the time. So a lot of other people took over the show. I think for me, the absolute low point, just to get this out of the way, if I could create a meme to define the lowest point that Twin Peaks ever got, it would be the bit where Andy has the thought bubble of Nikki as the devil. Like, it would literally be... that was the point where I watched it, and I was a Twin Peaks apologist. I was like, no, it's still good. But that was the moment where I was just like, so it's come to this. It's a thought bubble with a child dressed as the devil. And I don't think that the show ever went lower than that. But weirdly enough, when I last rewatched it, the show, like, from beginning to end, which was about 8 or 9 months ago, the thing I came to notice was every single episode had a great moment in it. And I think every single episode has value, and I really enjoyed season 2. There's one scene that I love. One of my favourite scenes in the whole of Twin Peaks is from that kind of fallow period. And it's a scene that you guys kind of brush past a little bit. So I guess it is a bit of a different strokes for different folks. But it's the scene in the diner where Cooper is telling the joke to Annie, and Harry's got the hangover. And Gordon meets Shelley for the first time. The way that scene plays and builds and cuts between the different characters and the different actors, and how kind of just taken with Cooper's enthusiasm Truman is. That's one of my favourite 5 minutes of the entire series, and that's definitely during that low period. The other moment I think of when I think of, oh my God, I can't believe the show's come to this, is the bit where Nadine is in the wrestling team and she sort of uses her super strength to throw Mike through the air. That was another moment where I was just like, wow, okay, this is the same show that had the gruesome murder sequence at the end of the first episode of season 2. That it just is kind of mind-blowing to me. But like everyone, I love the end. One little bit, actually, just for finishing up on my thoughts on this, this was my shouting at the iPod moment. You guys were talking about how there was a gap before the last 2 episodes were shown.
Yeah. And
you were theorising that it might be to try and build a bit of buzz. The show had actually been cancelled and pulled from the air.
Wow.
3 episodes before the end. Literally, the viewing figures had got so low in the eyes of ABC that they literally just pulled the show from the schedules and were like, we're not even going to show the last 2 episodes. And there was a campaign. I remember this real clearly. MTV, I remember this was back when people actually watched MTV, did an article where David Lynch, Mark Frost, and Jack Nance, of all people, went out on the road to conventions drumming up support to get ABC to actually bother airing the last 2 episodes. And then a few months later, they were like, okay, it was a bit like, the famous Star Trek letter writing campaign. They basically said, okay, if it'll stop these nerds from writing to us, let's just show these last 2 episodes. So that's how far the show had actually fallen. But wow. But I love the last episode. I remember it being on. It does, it is Lynch burning the show down and just saying, screw you, I'm just going to, I'm going to drive this Rolls Royce off road, and as you say, and I go on.
I was going to say, I do remember knowing about the campaign, but I thought the campaign actually stopped it being cancelled with the Josie turns into a doorknob episode. I thought that was
it was literally that they just 1 week people opened their TV guide and Twin Peaks just wasn't in the schedules.
Wow, it was called Coop, wasn't it, or something?
It was that was the campaign title, but no, I mean it's a tough sell. I think that the season 2 it is a slump. It does kind of become a different show, but I think that it maintains the. I mean, Twin Peaks always has a couple of things going for it. It's got the kind of the desirability of suburban, the kind of the Twin Peaks that you want to live in element of the show, the kind of almost the local hero, northern exposure, kind of quirky, isn't it nice here? And I think that the show always maintained that element of the show quite well, but I think that they were scrambling for plot and for the horror and for the surreal elements kind of quite poorly during that period.
Yeah.
But I always tell people, watch the whole thing, you know.
Yeah. One of the things I do like about what we've done is the fact that when you work, Becky, correct me if I'm wrong here, but when you kind of watch it in one go fast, you kind of hammer through that sort of more fallow period. But we've had to take our time and sort of pick the best bits out of it. And I agree, there's always something good in a specific show. And in fact, some of them I like the whole show, but there's no real standouts. It is sometimes the thing, you know. It's interesting watching it snake around to try and find its new sort of groove, isn't it? That's the sort of interesting part of it. And
it's funny as well that they always talk about how the thing that killed Twin Peaks was the network. Obviously, I mean, you guys have mentioned this, forcing them to show their cards and reveal the killer of Laura Palmer. And it's funny because the guy who did that, I don't know if I mentioned this when I was last on. I probably did. I'm always freaking repeating myself. But the guy who actually ran the network, who basically called the meeting and was like, you guys, you must reveal this, was Bob Iger, who now runs Disney, who bought Lucasfilm. Yeah, and he's essentially responsible for Star Wars coming back. So it's kind of like, wow, okay, you know, destroy one franchise, resurrect another.
It's interesting. I always wonder if the revelation also just killed the interest for David Lynch somewhat, you know, and meant he wasn't that much as engaged as he would have been otherwise, or whether he'd kind of lost interest anyway. I
think he resented I think Lynch always saw, I mean, there's no way of saying this without name dropping, but when we had Mark Frost on our podcast, we were talking about this idea of secrets, and I said to him at one point, I was like, you must have loved it. You must have been walking around thinking the whole world is obsessed with this secret and I know the answer. And he was like, no, I didn't really think of it like that. And I was like, bullshit. You must have been walking around thinking, I freaking know. And none of you guys do. And what he essentially said was that Lynch felt like a magician who had been forced to explain how a trick was done. And I don't think he ever recovered from that kind of betrayal.
Yeah. I think there's something to it. Can I just, I've got to ask this. What are your thoughts on Windham Earle?
I actually quite like Windham Earle. I think I like him more than you guys. One thing that you said where it was a real eureka moment was the idea that he did feel a bit like a 60s Batman villain. And I was like, that's it. That's the thought that's been eluding me for 25 years. It's the freaking Riddler, you know?
Yeah.
But, I mean, I quite like him. I mean, he's got an interesting energy to the way that he plays the role. I like the actor, but ultimately, when you mentioned that scrambling around that they were doing, his role, his purpose for being in the show changes about 2 or 3 times, and I do kind of feel bad for the actor there a little bit. But I love his Hannibal Smith disguises. And again, I said this on Facebook, but I want this on the record. Becky was right about that poem. It is the Fire Walk With Me poem. It is exactly the same pentameter, and you can say one over the other, and apparently it was that poem that they actually used the basis of that. So there you go, Mark.
Wow. Okay, I stand corrected. Well, I didn't deny it, did I? I didn't care.
No, you just ignore me as usual.
You were just generally dismissive, you know.
I was just being generally dismissive, yeah. Okay, let's just, before we get to Fire Walk With Me, talk about Season 3. And now, again, if anyone wants to pick this up and hear a bit more, go listen to Chinstroker vs. Punter's most recent episode. According to the timelines, obviously, we're going to move on from that. You sounded like you just cannot wait for Season 3, but you're going to be like close to vomiting when you're about to start watching it.
I don't know if my wife is going to listen to this, but I'm more anxious about this than I was the birth of my children. You know what? I'm not even joking. I'm not being ironic when I'm whispering because I do not want to hear this. I am not even joking. 27 years I have been dreaming about what happens when Cooper comes out of that bathroom. You know, and on the one hand, that's setting yourself up for disappointment. But I don't care. I'm going to allow myself to be excited for this. I never thought this would happen, and I have. And I said this on Two Stroke by Spencer. I have dreamt storylines about this. I've dreamt an entire season of Twin Peaks, the follow-up to this. I love the fact that it ended on that kind of unresolved, really kind of aggressive cliffhanger. It had, to me, it was like a great John Carpenter ending. You know, it had that sort of fuck you kind of element to it. That a lot of those, your Halloween 3s and the great Carpenter produced and directed films of the 70s and 80s had. But I've always wondered what would happen next. I mean, there's been, over the years, Harley Payton and Robert Engels have talked about how they were mapping out season 3 then, but this is going to be a different thing, and David Lynch has always vaguely talked about how he loves the world of Twin Peaks, but I never thought it would happen. And it was really funny because I moved to New Zealand from the UK a few years ago, and it was literally announced whilst I was in the air flying to emigrate to New Zealand. So I got here, switched my phone onto the Wi-Fi after a 35-hour flight, and my phone had lit up, and I was like, oh, how sweet is this? Like, all these people have obviously texted me to say, good luck, we will miss you. And it was just people going, freaking Twin Peaks is coming back. I just remember looking at these things and I almost fainted.
Did you?
And then there was that bump in the road about a year ago when Lynch had said he was off the project, and I just wanted to die. And then I heard that it was coming back, and now I just don't have the words. I don't know what I'm going to be like. I don't know quite how I'm going to see it, because I'm going to be honest here. I don't even know where it's showing in New Zealand. We're a day ahead, so it'll actually be the 20. It's airing on the 21st. I've got to watch it on the 22nd. I don't know. I mean, obviously, I'll get home, got to play with the kids. I'm thinking, should I make a big deal about it? Should I make a cherry pie? Part of me wants to watch it on my own because I know I'm just going to be such an insufferable bag of nerves. And then it's going to finish, and they're showing the first 2 episodes, but the next 2 are going to be online. So can I get them? What do I do?
Yeah,
I'm just so excited.
I've decided I'm going to get some underwear like Windermel's, right, and a log, and just sit there and let it wash over me. So you're a bit of a fan, obviously.
Yeah,
it's interesting, isn't it?
It's the most I've ever looked forward to a film or TV related thing in my life. Nothing comes close. And I'm old, I'm in my 40s. I'm not meant to be excited about stuff like that anymore, but I just can't help myself.
I have to tell you an anecdote from today. I was talking with my kids, and I was saying, oh man, I've got to wait for this show. They're watching a Netflix show, and he goes, but the next one isn't on till next week. And I, stood up and said, but a week? I went into the spiel about 27 years I've been waiting all that, and they just laughed at me. They just laughed at me. So it's like, okay. Yeah, I have to say I'm looking for I'm sort of a bit pensive, but I'm actually pretty optimistic. The thing is, whenever they work together in terms of Twin Peaks, it's always been pretty gold, isn't it? When it's them two. We
have to accept the fact it's going to be different.
It's going to be different because they're older.
It's not going to be the show. It's not. It isn't. I mean, it's not going to be the show. It's not going to be Fire Walk With Me. It's going to be this other thing. But I think at the very least, it's interesting because it's 18 hours, 18 episodes. And obviously because Lynch is directing every episode, you do realise it will double David Lynch's directorial output.
Wow.
Through his entire career.
Wow.
I mean, when you think of it like that,
yeah,
we will be doubling the amount of minutes and hours that David Lynch has directed on film just with this one project. I just hope people are talking about it. Really, I kind of hope that, because then I can talk about all the stuff I know about Twin Peaks, which is kind of tricky though, isn't it? Because I mean, it's not the. I mean, back in the day, everything would be on the same channel. Yeah. And everybody would watch it in the same place. So I don't know whether the appointment television element of it will still be there. But it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Becky and I have discussed how we're going to do it. And we're kind of thinking we'll watch one at a time and then record it. But that means we have to wait between, watching it and recording until we get to the next one. So it's like, that means we have to stop. So I don't know. Did we ever decide what we're going to do, Becky? We were kind of torn a bit.
Yeah.
So I think Becky's just going to watch it wherever. because she did say, "Oh, I'm not going to watch this," and then bam, wham, kind of. She watched
I'm going to be like a child left in a room with a cake and being told not to touch it. And as soon as the parents go out the room, I'm going to stand there for about a second, and I'm just going to dive in and be like,
Cool. Okay, let's move on and get on to what we're actually here to talk about, which is Firewalk with Me. Firewalk with Me. Now, it kind of consists of a few different sections, right? So let's do a bit on each section at a time, really. The probably the most interesting. First thing to start on is the opening credits, a TV screen. With these credits and the sort of jazzy noiry kind of music, and then we see the TV set getting smashed and hearing screaming. Do you think that's is it a bit literal to take that as David Lynch expressing his thoughts about TV?
No, I don't think so, considering what happened. Definitely, I think it's quite a humorous start to the show.
It's like telling you you're not in TV land anymore, perhaps.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then we get into the next section, which I've always had a little trouble with because I always really want to get to the Laura Palmer stuff. So I kind of watched this with a little bit of impatience, I have to say. The whole section involving, the agent Chester Desmond and Sam Stanley involved in
weirdly. I know I'm in a minority here, but I love this section. To me, and it's odd considering we all know the stories about how Carl McLachlan was being a bit of a dick, quite frankly, and biting the hand that feeds a little bit, and was worried that he was going to end up, a bit of a Mark Hamill, and that he was worried about the typecasting, so he was limited in the amount of time that he gave Lynch. So clearly, this section was meant to be Cooper. So they had to scramble to rewrite it when he wasn't unavailable. But considering that it's two new agents, new to us, new to the audience agents, this is the section that actually feels the most like the show to me. It's probably the one with the most comedic elements. And I know a lot of people, I was surprised to hear this, are really critical of Chris Isaak's performance in this. But I thought he was great. I mean, in the sense of a Lynchian performance, because he basically just spends the entire sequence exasperated with Keith Sutherland. He's just got a look of, what are you like, for the entire sequence. And I like the fact that it's essentially it's the dark mirror image of Twin Peaks. The coffee's not as nice, everything's dirty, the diner doesn't have any specials, and the service is rude. So it's kind of like the in Twin Peaks you've got the Great Northern, which is a clean place, reasonably priced. You know that the Deer Meadow Hotel is expensive and dirty. And I really actually enjoy this sequence a lot, and I think it definitely benefits from the additional scenes. I watched for the first time the Q2 edit, which is where all of the missing pieces have been re-edited back in. So it's like a 3.5-4 hour cut of the film, and this whole sequence here plays way better with all of that stuff put back in again. I actually really enjoyed this sequence of the film.
Becky, what are your thoughts on this part?
I agree with Mike, actually. I really, really enjoyed it. And for me, coming to the film quite recently, it felt like two different films. And I would have loved to have had more of these characters. And I think it's a really great way to kind of build up Cooper's background and that kind of aspect of it with, the FBI and such. But, it had comedy, it was a bit bizarre, and I absolutely loved that bit. And it really does work well in terms of the kind of juxtaposition with the very kind of darker scenes later on, for me.
Okay, I never feel entirely comfortable watching this. I kind of like it, and I agree. Chris Isaacs is absolutely fine here, and better than that, it works well for me. It kind of, in a way, kind of reminds me of an updated version of Jack Nance's character in Eraserhead, somewhat, and he seems a little out of place and out of time. But whereas is it Henry? I can't remember his name. Henry, I think it is in Eraserhead. He lacks confidence and is always nervous. This Chet Desmond is like confident and able, but he still seems like slightly otherworldly to me. And I kind of like, in a way, Cooper is as well, isn't he? You know, that's kind of the point. But as I say, I always feel a little. I just want to get to the. Twin Peaks. I want to get back to Twin Peaks.
Well, it's interesting because, and this isn't a spoiler for season 3 because they don't really exist, but Lynch has said that this part of the story is actually an essential component of season 3. I don't know if you've seen the recent trailer, but Harry Dean Stanton's in it and the Fat Trailer Park's in it. So I think we might get some payoff for this finally.
Yeah, I was aware Harry Dean Stanton's back in it, so I was assuming we get Cooper visiting that place again. I kind of felt that was going to happen. I do kind of like the interactions, but it's just a feeling, I want to get to Twin Peaks. That's really what I'm here for when I see this. And
you always seem to have trouble with the scenes that aren't in Twin Peaks, don't you? I think
I kind of, somewhat, I do. Yes.
I think you're going to probably have quite a big problem with season 3 because I really get the feeling that season 3 is going to be set all over the place.
Yeah.
But in the TV show, really, it was pretty much just the Evelyn storyline that took us out of Twin Peaks. Yeah. and that turned out well, didn't it?
I do like Chris Isaacs, and I really like Kiefer Sutherland, and I kind of like the interactions. I'm looking forward to. Kiefer Sutherland's not cast in season 3, is he? I don't believe.
No, although Lynch for Tricksy Bastard said that they listed that they famously released the cast list of the entire cast of like 220 odd people.
Yeah.
Season 3. He subsequently said that 5 names have been left off that list. So I'm thinking, are we going to get Sheriff Truman turn up at a crucial moment? Are we going to get Chris Isaac or just because they filmed it before his death? Are we going to get David Bowie turn up in this thing?
Well, see, it's kind of exciting, isn't it? It's for sure. What am I telling you that, right?
Is it, Mark? Is it?
I have to say, from the missing scenes, that actually all of the missing scenes set in this part could have gone in my opinion. I didn't see what. I mean, apart from time, length of the material, none of them felt like they shouldn't be there. Which isn't, I don't think, true of some of the other missing scene pieces, I should say. I particularly like the fight. That was kind of cool, wasn't it? That very long scene. Say again?
Yeah, no, I remember that fight sequence. It was in a lot of the promotional material at the time when the film came out. And it's funny as well, because like my view of this section of the film is coloured by the fact that I had the most appropriately unusual experience the first time I saw this film, because it came out in France months before it came out anywhere else in the world. And I was in France. I was in Paris for about 2 or 3 days with some friends. We'd just taken a brief holiday. We'd gone to Paris to we were going to see a Prince concert, and we were going to go to Euro Disney, which had just opened. And I saw a billboard for Fire Waterman. I was like, we've got to go and see this. And we had like 2 hours free in the middle of the day. And we're like, maybe we can fit it in. And we got to the cinema, and the guy was like, the film's already started. It's about half an hour in, but you can go in and watch it if you want. And then when it finishes, you can go watch the first half hour. So we were like, okay. And we went in just as the film went to Twin Peaks. And we watched it, and we were like, that's amazing. Let's watch the beginning of the film now. So we then watched the first half hour, and we're like, what the hell is this? This is like a different film, you know? So, and then it went, when it got to the point of Twin Peaks and we had to leave because we had to go and get across Paris to go to this gig. We were like, oh, okay. So I've always had a really weird view of this as being kind of a short film in its own right. But I think partially because of the structure of the movie and partially just because of that initial experience.
You know what? I'm thinking about it. I think I'll be happier watching this by watching this first part and the pit with Gordon Cole on its own, leaving it a bit and then going back to the Twin Peaks part. I'll probably be happier because I'd know that I'm not waiting for something to happen. I'm just going to watch this bit and it'll just be a happier experience for me, perhaps. Anyway, let's move on. The next part involves Cooper, Gordon Cole, and David Bowie rocking up, as well as Philip Jeffries. Thoughts on this, Mike?
This is kind of one of the most enigmatic parts of the film. And this is also the part of the film where I think you realise how visually different, because it's the first time you've really had any recognisable material. And I think that one of the big differences, I mean, aside from the fact that it's outside of Twin Peaks, is just the fact that from a cinematography point of view, this looks very different to the series. I mean, the pilot episode of Twin Peaks was shot on location, and they really shot inside buildings, and then they went to LA. And I think that when we think of Twin Peaks, we think of the visuals of the show from the perspective of it being shot in a studio and being very televisual. But Fire Walk With Me, they went back to using real locations, shooting with a lot more natural light on a higher grade of film. So I remember when I first saw the film just thinking, wow, this looks really different. And like Cooper looks slightly different as well. So it's kind of an odd and slightly jarring experience. I think it's a very dense period of the film. Lynch always likes to have his films have almost like a gimmick scene in them. Like there's a sequence in Lost Highway where Bill Pullman is talking to the mystery man, and the mystery man's saying, "I'm at your house now, call me." And he phones him and he's there, and it's kind of just a freaky moment. Mulholland Drive's got the deformed homeless person behind the diner sequence. And I think that this sequence is Fire Walk With Me's equivalent of those type of scenes. Like with Cooper looking in front of the security camera and then coming out and he's still there and Bowie walks behind them. It's Lynch's little kind of parlor piece sequence, but this is one of those sequences where I don't understand this sequence, but it feels central. It feels important. It feels like a lot of the data that you need to decode a lot of the mysteries of the Black Lodge and the White Lodge and the Dweller on the Threshold and all this. It feels like there's a lot of stuff in there. Yeah. But really, and there's a lot of interesting stuff in the missing pieces that shines a light on it. But basically, you get the impression that David Bowie was a FBI agent. He got involved with this woman, Judy. He found this ring. As a result of that, he ended up getting stuck with the people from another place above the convenience store for God knows how many years, and he's just found his way out. But yeah, it's a very interesting sequence, and I think there's a lot in there that people have spent the last 25 years arguing over.
Yeah, actually, when he started talking about Judy, there is a sequence towards the end of season 2 where Major Briggs, they say Garland, and he goes, Judy Garland? Yeah. And it just made me think of that. And, and I think David Lynch has said in the past, every film has some reference to Wizard of Oz. Every film ever made has some reference to Wizard of Oz. So it got me thinking about that too.
You got it in.
Becky, what did you think of this sequence?
I loved it. I agree with everything that Mike said there, and I think it's especially within the missing scenes, you get so much information. Like Mike said, that kind of informs the mythology of the series, and you get snippets here, which I like. Coming to it, obviously watching the original version first before I watch the missing scenes, and for me, this scene is a great kind of segue between the initial part of the film and then the later Twin Peaks bit. It just kind of takes you into that tone.
Right, yeah, I'm going to sort of disagree with both of you. I'm really not a fan of this stuff. I just never felt like it meant anything to me. I've looked into it since, and after the first few watches, and I understand that this is kind of a bit of universe building that was intended for later Twin Peaks films that never came to fruition. So I just felt this was a bit bullshitty to me. Though I kind of like the room where the characters from like the lodges reside. I kind of like that sequence quite a bit.
I think it's interesting that you say that. I think this sequence is kind of a good litmus test for how you view David Lynch films. And there's no right or wrong here. I think it is literally just how you do it, because I think it's interesting that both of you sort of expressed, understandably, frustrations with the final episode, the fact that it felt like a little bit of a rip-off. And I think it's a question of answers, and do you want answers? And I think it's interesting how you guys touched on how the final episode, with all the stuff with like the waitress Heidi and all of these circular elements, the show kind of coming back on itself. Because ultimately, the television show, or more specifically the soap opera, is a form of storytelling that resists closure. And I think a great metaphor for that is the mystery box that was left for the Packards by Thomas Eckart. Because it's a mystery within a mystery within a mystery. And then when they finally get to the end of the mystery, what happens? It explodes because there's nowhere else to go. The mystery is you've got this circular nature of the soap opera and of storytelling. And there's a lot of circular references, Sycamore Trees, Cooper's Ring in Twin Peaks talking about that. The show kind of ends where it began. And when you open the box and there's another box and then there's another box and then you finally get a key and you're like, we're here, we've got the answer, we're going to open it, we're going to see it. Everything explodes because what's satisfying about an answer? That's just somebody writing something on a piece of paper and sliding it over the desk to you, you know? And I think that this sequence is a really good example of that, where it's about Lynch is obsessed with secrets and mystery and ideas and where ideas come from and the feeling that creates, the feelings that not knowing something or understanding something creates. But I think that where your point of view is totally valid here, Mark, is that if that doesn't create an interesting feeling when you're watching it for you, then ultimately there's no nourishment there. There's nothing for you.
Yeah. I think that's the case. I kind of appreciate, you know, we're all kind of familiar with Lynch, and we've all got different levels of tolerance for some of the things he does, and we, you know, there can be bits that are wonderful and bits that are strange and bits that are just what's that all about? That yeah, what's that all about? But it did watching this series again and Firewalk with Me. It did occur. It really came on strongly back to me that how much circularity indeed there is in Twin Peaks, and like in some cases, literally, you know, there's a ring has become a central thing. You know, that green ring, the ring with a green stone, and a ring was present. You know, when Cooper was visited by the giant, the ring was part of that deal, right? And there's also this feeling of doppelgangers, and you know, two sides to things and stuff like that throughout the series. It permeates it throughout. So,
Firewalk with Me's got a circular structure as well. You know, I mean, you've got, particularly if you watch the missing scenes re-edited in, because the film kind of, you know, you've got Cooper wandering around the lodge even before he's gone there in what we would consider to be linear time, but because time doesn't exist there, he's always been there. So you've got kind of, it's circles within circles.
Indeed. Yeah, I kind of, I've watched the series several times, and it really came across strong to me through this watch, I have to say. Okay, shall we move on to the main Twin Peaks element? I have to say, there's when the music starts, you know, the Twin Peaks music starts, and we see Twin Peaks, I get the kind of feeling you get when you're kind of snuggling up in bed and you finally get completely and totally comfortable. It's that kind of feeling.
And you're settling in for a lovely night. Lovely night incest viewing. Get the Bovril out. Watch Leland Palmer mount his daughter.
Yeah, a bit of that. Yeah. It just feels I'm home. Finally, I had this journey, and I think that's what it is. Those first few scenes feel like I'm traipsing up the path. And now I've finally got through the front door. The sequence of the film, though, is deconstructing that, though, isn't it? Because, yes.
I mean, the other, obviously, the other big element, the difference here, as well as the visuals, is the strength of the content, how explicit and transgressive the content is. This is the HBO Twin Peaks, I suppose. And I think that, in a weird way, I mean, I think you guys touched on this. I've been listening to a lot of Twin Peaks podcasts recently. I'm amalgamating them a little bit in my mind, but part of the germ of Twin Peaks came from when Mark Frost and David Lynch first started working together. They were going to be working on Goddess, an adaptation of the biography of Marilyn Monroe. The idea of this beautiful woman who seemingly has everything and who has this iconic value attached to her, but really when you scratch away, it's a woman in trouble, which is a recurring motif with Lynch, and Laura Palmer is kind of the embodiment of that. But it's funny how the TV show was stripping away that surface and seeing all of the secrets behind it. But Firewalk with Me in this section, what this film is essentially doing is stripping that away further. It's saying, okay, you had this TV show, but what was it really like? Let's actually go back and see these things that we were told about in this abstract third-person form and pull it back even further.
I mean, this is a day in the life. It's a tragedy case, really. It's a tragedy what we're watching now. It's kind of interesting when I was reading up on it that Cheryl Lee was saying that a lot of like incest survivors come and talk to her about this film, and that they find sort of strength in watching this, which I found really interesting because it feels so tragic. Though, you know, it has got a very strong element of redemption at the end. But I would have thought this would be traumatic, actually, for anyone who'd gone through that. But, you know, these things are complex. The human psyche is a complex thing. And, you know, you get relief where you can sometimes, don't you, I guess. Right, okay, so it kind of starts off, and we see basically Laura Palmer interacting with various people. I took this time around. I kind of found it really interesting. I found more from the sort of relationship between Laura and Bobby than I had in the past. It was kind of interesting that I hadn't really picked up how exploitative she was towards him in this. Do you think that's fair?
Yeah, I mean, it's implied. Like a lot of things in the TV show, I think one of the strengths and criticisms of this film, and I think that Bobby's relationship with Laura is a really good example of this, is that really this film's goal is to just show us stuff we've been told. You know, we've been told that when Bobby talks to Dr. Jacoby that Laura was using him for drugs. We've been told that Bobby killed a man. So if you want to play devil's advocate and be critical of this film, you could say that it's a tick list of Lynch going through. I mean, right down to the fact that we see Laura eating asparagus, you know, before on her final night, and in the diary you've got, you know, asparagus for dinner today. I can't stand asparagus. Does this mean I'll never grow up? You know, so it does feel like he's kind of going back and just showing all of these kind of things, and that's partly it. And I think that the stuff with Bobby was, like everything in this film, this goal I mentioned a moment ago of saying, okay, it's one thing to be told these things are happening, but it's a much more horrifying experience to actually witness them. I think this falls under that category. We've been told that Bobby was being exploited, and that was really kind of a man, was essentially a little boy. And you get a little bit of stuff there about, you know, the abused becoming the abuser with Laura exploiting him. But I think being shown it gives it a little bit more power and makes it realer. And I think that Dane Ashbrook's really good in these scenes as well. I think I'm with you actually, Mark, in the way that I think that he's a very underrated element of the show. And I'm glad that he gets to do a lot in this film.
Yeah, me too. I thought he gave a great performance. In fact, in this one, I always kind of impressed how the actor who plays James, what's his name? I can't remember his name.
James Marshall.
Yeah, in this film, his acting seems to have improved dramatically from the TV series. I think I've got to
defend James because I mean James bashing has been going on for too much. I mean, he's one of those characters where, you know how we talked before about how there's different categories of characters. You've got your soap opera actors, you've got your Lynchian characters. He definitely falls into that, you know, the 50s rock and roll movie, obviously the James Dean type, the
Cirque.
Yeah, the sort of Circean type things. And I think that some of the directors and writers on the show don't understand how to utilise him correctly.
I agree.
I agree with that. Yeah. I think Tim Hunter knows how to use him effectively as well. And I think that some of the directors just see him as the sappy romantic character, whereas he isn't. He's this kind of... you know, he's like a character out of a doo-wop song. And I think that when Lynch uses him, he's really good. And I think that his character is mismanaged by some of the writers and the directors. And in the specific examples that you've sort of cited, particularly obviously the Evelyn storyline, and even in here, he has the moment when he can't handle anything, he's like, I'm just going to get on my bike and I'm going to drive away. And in my mind, he just does that whenever he has a problem in life. You know what I mean? Like he can't afford to buy a packet of cigarettes, so he just, I'm going to get on my bike and I'm just going to go off and I'm going to ride. And he does that here as well, you know. But I think he's one of those characters where I think that he's such a subtle, semi-satirical character, but there's a sincerity to it. And I think that that's a real tightrope to walk as an actor and as a writer and as a director. And I think that some people handle that better than others on the creative team of the show. But I think in here, this shows that, I think James Marshall is a solid actor. I think that he's got a great presence. I think he's pretty charismatic in the show. And I like the character, but it's not always handled very well.
I think David Lynch definitely handles the character very well. So I've got high hopes that in season 3 we'll see James in a better light. Certainly, I feel he's presenting, and I think Becky too. Am I? Yeah. There's a lot of. Basically, the whole film is Laura Palmer interacting with different people in different relationships. We have the Donna relationship. Harold appears, Laura and her mother, and of course Laura and Leland. Any thoughts on Cheryl Lee's performance here, Mike?
I think she's fantastic. She essentially goes through the film with either vaguely suppressed hysteria or fully unleashed hysteria. And she wasn't a very experienced actor at the time. And she's also having to channel that kind of Lynchian non-reality while she's doing it as well. But I thought she was great. I think that she's wearing a terrible wig in the film. But the poor thing, her hair colour must have had to change quite a lot in the early 90s. So I think she just figured at one point, screw it, I'm just going to throw this on. But no, I thought she was great in it.
What do you think, Becky?
Yeah, I completely agree. The way she kind of tackles each role, daughter, obviously all the stuff that's going on at home, all the problems, high school kind of popular queen, all these different jobs she's doing, all the different kind of, she seems to be a different person to different people, and she's holding up all these different kind of faces, and it's all starting to crack, and I think she handles it so well. And like you say, the kind of abused kind of victim becoming the abuser, those scenes where she's vindictive and really manipulative and nasty, you can't help but feel sorry for her, even though she's acting kind of horrendously. I think it's a really, really brilliant performance. She's a standout in the film, I think.
Yeah,
there's a great moment actually where she does exactly what you're describing, Becky, where it's a scene where she's in the roadhouse and Julie Cruz is singing. And I love any sequence where it's bathed in red light and Julie Cruz is singing and people are crying. Yeah. Is just, that's literally, unfiltered. Yeah. But it's the bit where she meets Buck. And I love her reaction when he tells her that his name's Buck as well. She's like, yeah, of course it is. And it's the bit where she gets really aggressive and she grabs him and she's like, oh, you want to do me, do you? And he's kind of freaked out. But then she stops and she suddenly starts being seductive. And it's great. She turns on a dime in a very similar way to how Ray Wise did in the Drive with a Dead Girl episode, where he was jumping around. And that's an incredible amount of trust that she puts in. She has to do nudity, she has to do violence, she has to do aggression. There's a lot of trust that she obviously has in David Lynch, and I just think it's a really brave performance.
Yeah, it's I think she had quite a bit of time getting over this actually, because it was so intense, and I'm not surprised at all. This was a tour de force really, because it's really all about her pretty much. There's one little scene I just want to talk about, because to me it feels to be the heart of the film actually, or maybe what Lynch calls the eye of the duck. Certainly in informing me and understanding for me what the film's really all about, and the nature of Bob. Actually, there's a tiny little scene. I think it's just after she's talked to Harold, where she's kind of leaning against the wall, looking up at the fan, that scary fan. And I think we hear Bob say something like, "I want to taste through your mouth." And Laura's just kind of there and says no. And that to me, kind of, there's something about that scene. It basically tells you Bob wants to be in her and control her, and that's what he's wanted all along. And I just find it really affecting, and it's very brief. It's almost throwaway in terms of its sort of time span. Are there any scenes like this, other scenes in the film where you think it's really telling about the nature of Laura?
I don't know whether this is necessarily a scene that's very telling about Laura, but for me, the sequence in this film, when I think of Fire Walk With Me, I think of the Pink Room sequence, which is where they go to the club in Canada, and you've got the amazing sound design where you can't hear what they're saying, and there's all manner of kind of decadent, quite Blue Velvet-esque things going on in the background. In some territories, they didn't subtitle it. Lynch's original plan was that it wouldn't be subtitled because, that you wouldn't be able to hear what they were saying. But in my opinion, common sense prevailed. In the UK, when it was first released at the cinema, none of those sequences were subtitled. The Red Room sequences weren't subtitled either. But for me, that the music, what's going on in the sequence, the way that it comes pretty much at the midpoint in the film, that's filmmaking. That's just, even if that's all you get out of Fire Walk With Me is that sequence, it's pretty extraordinary.
It's very memorable. I also think it's an interesting parallel to some of the sequences we get in the Red Room. Certainly the scream, when she sees Donna and she screams like a maniac, that reminded me of a very similar sequence in the Red Room where she screams at Cooper. I was seeing parallels in that. Well, how about you, Becky? What do you think of that scene?
Yeah, that was quite an affecting scene. It's incredibly uncomfortable, I think. Watching that in terms of not only kind of what's happening, but the fact that she's kind of led her friend there, and it's that, we've talked about that quite manipulative, nasty streak in her, and she's kind of seems to be wanting to in terms of the people around her, she wants to make them feel the same way she does, or kind of take away their innocence, so they're in the same boat. I don't know, but with Donna, she's kind of pushing her and really pushing her to the point where kind of she breaks. So it's just a really, really uncomfortable scene for me, and I thought it was, the atmosphere and everything's brilliant, and the visuals and such, and it's just a perfect little scene.
Yeah,
it's almost as though she views Donna as the one last piece of goodness in the world. So the moment where she realizes that she's corrupted that as well, I think, is the moment that she realizes or feels that she's kind of damned.
Yeah, there's definitely a touch of that. In fact, there's an earlier scene where there's a bit where Donna's wearing something of Laura's, and Laura's really insistent, do not wear anything of mine.
It's like the glasses again, isn't it?
And that comes back to the series with the glasses. It's kind of very telling sort of phrase. You don't want to be like me, and she sees herself as protecting Donna up until this point, perhaps. And she's...
Well, it's like in the Lynch world, though, it's the kind of the clothing makes the man, I remember there's a great sequence where when Lynch comes back into the show as an actor, and Cooper's been going through his lumberjack phase. And I think it's telling that it's Cole who's like, you're going to put the black suit back on, Coop. Because apparently Lynch was horrified. Lynch came back on set. He hadn't been on for a while. And it was when they were filming the scene with Wyndham Earle where he's got the big target, and he's strapped into the target. And apparently Lynch just walked in and was like, what the hell is going on?
Why is Frank Gorsh in here?
Yeah. And he said he saw Cooper in the lumberjack shirt, and they said it was the only time that Lynch lost his temper in the whole shit. He's like, Dale Cooper does not wear plaid. Dale Cooper wears a black suit. And Lynch insisted that it was his character that actually tells Cooper in the show. So Lynch is telling the show off, basically, in that scene.
Bad show.
Black suit on. Yeah.
We've got to talk about Ray Wise, I think, a bit. One of the most amazing scenes for me in this is the scene between Leland and Laura at the dinner table. I think both actors are kind of magnificent, and it's a really tense, horrible scene with nothing particularly going on.
Grace Zabriskie great in this scene as well.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I should have said that. Yeah,
the way she's sitting there and she's got a hand on the side of her face and she's like, no, just don't do that. It's awful. I mean, for me, that's probably one of the most, as far as the abuse elements of the film go. For me, that's the bit that hits the hardest.
Yeah, it's proper controlling behaviour. It's controlling behaviour. We've all kind of seen it probably at some point. In this, even if it's like a parent and a child or something, it feels uncomfortable, right? And it's like it's hard to watch. Any thoughts on that, Becky?
Yeah, same. You know, I think Leland in the film, and we've seen such a great performance from Ray Wise in the series. You know, it would be really hard to top. But he's so much darker and much more kind of insidious. And we've had that kind of glimpse into, you know, Bob and how that affected him. So it's really interesting for me how the film actually peels that back, because especially with Laura, she's kind of like in the series, she's kind of like almost legendary, because we have snippets, we have clips of her, but she's kind of built up to be this, you know, like we've talked about, you know, having all these different kind of faces and such, and you know the way that the supernatural entities kind of stood around her and everything, and it's quite powerful, and you know you don't see the nitty gritty. So it's really interesting for me to see with the prequel how they strip that away and you actually see what happened. And with Ray Wise as well, it could have been handled in a very different way, and I think it was they kind of struck the right tone in terms of the acting, but that for me, because I was worried it would lose something because of the way that the TV series builds it up, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, the TV series is like the aftermath of Laura, isn't it? And this is Laura, where we're kind of seeing. So it's kind of, it could have been really muffed badly. So I think it's kind of a satisfying. This section is definitely, in my opinion, a satisfying thing for an ardent Twin Peaks fan. Though a lot of them still don't like it because it's lost some significant strands from the TV series, namely the goofy, funny stuff.
I think that's a key element with Firewalker, because generally speaking, this certainly at the time wasn't a well-regarded film. You know, it was booed at Cannes, but Cannes are the most fickle bunch of assholes in the world anyway. They build people up and boo them the next year. It's nothing new. But I think that was the thing, is that people came back and they had this bleak, explicit horror movie, essentially. And that was an element of Twin Peaks, but that's very much kind of, you know, front and centre in this film.
Yeah. There was one aspect to this film that I've always been a little uncomfortable with because I don't quite understand it. And that is how Laura and Bob interact. Because there are elements in the TV series where she says, I think she says something like, "This guy really lights my fire." And in this film, when Bob comes in, she kind of gets into it. And I guess that could be a victim coping mechanism. This is a fairly sophisticated thing, but it's only when she sees her father's face does she react really strongly.
I get the impression that she feels that Bob is attracted to her goodness, the goodness in her. Mm-hmm. So she feels that she needs to kind of eradicate that. Right,
that's an interesting take. I mean, I brought out that point, but I've realised it's kind of complex to go into, and there's so many, probably several different ways that could be read and sort of explored, actually. And Mike, I'm kind of aware you'll be off shortly. Have you got any final thoughts about either Firewalk with Me or the missing pieces, in fact?
Just to wrap up, a couple of things that we haven't sort of had a chance to mention. I wanted to mention, first of all, the music. This is one of my favourite soundtracks of all time. It recycles some moments from the TV show, but it's got a much darker kind of jazzier tone to it than the TV show did, and I think it's fantastic. This is really lends itself to being listened to just in its own right, and also just the end of the movie. This was the intention of this film was to be. I guess they were looking to pull a Star Trek and continue Twin Peaks on. And I think that the intention at one point was to do a sequel to the TV series to wrap up all of the threads left hanging from season 2. And that never happened until now, at least. But I get the feeling that Lynch kind of knew that the writing was on the wall, because what you get here is you've got those interesting elements that are expanded a little bit in the missing pieces of how once you're in the lodge, the Black Lodge, the White Lodge, the waiting room, whichever writer was writing that week's episode of the TV show's version of the lodges, this is obviously Lynch's version that we're looking at in this film. But I get the feeling that that because there's no sense of time, once you've entered the lodge, you're kind of always there and have always been there. that meant that Lynch could kind of play with time travel. And you've got the moment where Heather Graham, where Annie says to Laura, write about Cooper in your diary. And what that does is that creates the opportunity for Lynch to essentially give Twin Peaks a happy ending with this film, because you get the feeling that that Cooper and Laura, who are obviously linked to each other, you can see that from the end of the third episode of the first season when we first see the Red Room, that they are kind of each other's saviour. They're each other's salvation. Yeah. And that Laura, by writing about Cooper in her diary, either you can choose to take this literally, means that maybe Cooper will read her diary and realise not to go and she saves him, or whether it's just more of a metaphorical salvation with Cooper bringing the angel, the metaphorical angel that had disappeared from the paintings to her, and Laura just giving some sense of peace to Cooper. The film ends with Laura weeping with happiness. And I think that's just to link quickly back to the missing pieces, that's the most unforgivable of the cuts, is the scene where Dr. Hayward talks to Laura about you will see your salvation and you will weep openly. The entire ending of the film doesn't make any sense, any literal sense, or is robbed of making literal sense by the fact that scene was cut from the theatrical version. So I love the fact that the film has, if not a literal happy ending, a metaphorical happy ending for both of them, and that they've ended up being each other's salvation. My one prediction for season 3, and as I say, I'm not spoiled for this because there aren't spoilers, my suspicion is, I think that there will be a literal saviour for Laura. That's my one prediction. Mm-hmm. I think that Cooper will bring Laura out of the lodge and she will be reunited with her mother. Or and I know that sounds a little bit out there even for Twin Peaks on the sci-fi fantasy front, but I would not be surprised if this is the final season and this is the end of Twin Peaks. I think that there will be a literal salvation for Laura Palmer. That's my prediction, and the ending of Fire Walk with Me kind of tells me that.
I'm going to add to that then. If that's what happens, I believe Leland may also be saved.
Well, like a reunion of full redemption of the Palmers.
So. I think so. I do remember when before Becky had watched this film, she said she was kind of saying, "What happens in this film? Is there a happy ending?" And I think I said my words with you. There's a redemption. That's all I said. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, which is
for the last 25 years, this has been the ending of Twin Peaks. This is the last Twin Peaks we got. So I think that if you think about that, the final image is Laura smiling, bathed in white light, and I think that was intentional.
Yeah. Yeah, and a lovely ending. I always really like the ending of this film. I thought it was a good ending. While I always have had trouble in the past with the first segments, I really appreciate the ending of this, I have to say. Okay, then I'll tell you what, Mike, we're going to let you go now because we've taken plenty of your time. I really appreciate you coming on, and it's been fun to have you on. Any last thoughts before you go?
No, I got a split, but I'm looking forward to hearing the rest of the show when you guys post it.
Great. All right. Well, thank you for coming on.
Thanks for having me. Good to speak to you guys.
We go strolling forever. Oh, just you.
Okay, so that was Mike's thoughts and ours a bit, but mostly we let Mike run with it, didn't we? He had a lot to say, a lot of interesting things. I mean, we disagreed here and there, but we're all lovers of Twin Peaks. Though Mike sounds like he's a little more rabid than we are. What do you think, Becky?
Tiny bit, just a bit.
just a bit. It was great to have him on. Good fun, and thanks for coming on, Mike. Thanks again. It was great to have you, and we hope to have him on again at some point soon. But like he said to us, let's wait and see how season 3 goes first, because you never know, right? Okay, now we're going to have a little more music, and then we're going to talk about a little feedback that come on. We got some feedback here. We'll lead in with some music from Tim Hutton. Thanks, Tim. And here it is.
Hey guys, Tim Hutton here with some random thoughts on Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me. Written by David Lynch and his frequent Twin Peaks collaborator Robert Engels. The film is superficially a prequel to the TV series, but unlike most TV to movie adaptations, it's a little bit richer and there's a lot more going on than might be readily apparent. Now, it's no secret that the movie's critical savaging and eventual box office implosion effectively consigned it to the Walmart bargain bin of movie history, and if I'm being honest, I'm probably one of those viewers that put it there. I first watched the movie when it was released on VHS, I'd say probably 1993, and I had been a huge Twin Peaks fan up until then. Like all of you, I was really disappointed when it was cancelled after its notorious Season 2 cliffhanger ending. So when the news of the movie's impending production first broke, and even better, it was going to be a quote-unquote David Lynch movie, I was really excited. Despite Twin Peaks kind of fading from popular culture and really tarnishing the reputation of a lot of people involved with it, Lynch still had a lot of cachet as a talented filmmaker. He was coming off the critical and award favorite Wild at Heart, and finally I thought Twin Peaks is going to be taken seriously by the critics. So when it was finally released theatrically, I was living in a small town in northern Canada. Art films really didn't play there. They didn't. Those kind of movies did not show up on the single-screen cinema we had in town. So I had to wait another year until I could finally watch it on home video. Bear in mind, this is almost 2 years since I had last seen any episode of the TV series, so my memories of the show were heavily tinged by nostalgia. Instead of the quirky humor and soap opera satire and creepy goings-ons I was used to every week, I watched something different and darker and more unusual. It was bizarre and full of surreal imagery. There were mysterious and vague plot points that didn't get resolved, and in comparison to the relatively tame TV version, there was surprisingly graphic sex and violence. It just did not feel like the Twin Peaks I remembered, and ultimately I was incredibly disappointed in the movie. Now, to prepare for the upcoming third season that's coming out in May, I started a rewatch of the TV series for the first time in a quarter century. My plan was to wrap things up by revisiting Fire Walk with Me, despite my really ambivalent feelings of the movie. I hadn't obviously seen it since 1993. Now, this is a complex movie. There's a lot to unpack in it, with themes that I missed during my first watch. It's a powerful examination of the insidious way that emotional and physical and sexual abuse in a home can destroy victims. A theme that was probably overlooked by most viewers when it was first released, and I know I overlooked it initially. Although it's a very dark movie, there is still some of the oddball light touch that ran through the TV series, but you really have to work hard at looking for it. And I'm thinking right off the top of my head specifically of the opening sequence where the FBI is arresting the bus driver in Minnesota and all the preschool kids are crying. Or the scene where Bobby Briggs dances kind of a little backwards jig in the schoolyard after talking with Laura, and all the other high school kids seem to be dancing too. It just seems so humorous. Despite the movie being fairly faithful to the Twin Peaks universe established by Lynch and his co-creator Mark Frost, I think most casual fans were lost by the inscrutable first 27 minutes of the movie. And this is the part I really want to talk about in detail. This opening segment focuses on the early investigation into the murder of Teresa Banks, something that was only referenced in the TV series, never really shown. She was murdered in a town called Deer Meadow, Oregon, And this whole opening segment is essentially a prequel to the rest of the movie, which itself is a prequel to the TV series. During this sequence, Lynch appears to have gone out of his way to create an almost creative version of Twin Peaks where everything is opposite of what we already know. It's like a bizarro version of the town of Twin Peaks. The investigation into the murder is led by an FBI agent named Chester Desmond, who is played here by musician Chris Isaak. Now, Desmond is Dale Cooper's doppelganger. I don't mean the cloudy-eyed type seen in the Black Lodge, but I mean he's still something of a duplicate, but yet different. Superficially, he resembles Cooper. He's clean-cut. He's got that slick-back Cooper hair. He's wearing that oversized raincoat all the agents like to favor. But if you look closely, you'll begin to see there's some differences. For example, his raincoat is a darker color, which kind of matches his personality. Unlike Coop's Buddhist optimism and compassion, Desmond is more of a stereotypical hard-boiled G-man. The town of Deer Meadow itself is also a mirror reflection of what's come before. It's run down, it's dirty, it's grimy, it's unwelcoming. It really stands in stark contrast to the greenery and the carefully trimmed lawns and white picket fences of Twin Peaks. In the sheriff's station, we get our first clue that things are different here. A receptionist and a deputy, both of whom kind of resemble Lucy and Andy. They greet Desmond in a less than welcoming manner, and very shortly we're introduced to the sheriff, who, unlike Harry Truman, absolutely does not want the FBI in his business. There's just this sense of threat and violence constantly hanging in the air. The investigation takes Desmond to Hap's Diner, where Banks had worked, and this diner is the total opposite of the Double R. It's dark, it's unappealing, it's dirty looking. The waitress there could never be mistaken for Shelley or Norma. And finally, we encounter the trailer park where Teresa had lived, and it's about as far from the stately Great Northern Lodge as you can possibly get. A photo of Teresa is found, and unlike that iconic high school yearbook photo of Laura Palmer that featured so prominently in the series, this one looks more like something that will be published alongside a personal ad in Leo Johnson's favorite periodical, Flesh World magazine. It doesn't take long for the supernatural elements to assert themselves, first with the mysterious woman that appears when Desmond is questioning the trailer park manager, Carl Rodd, who's played here by Harry Dean Stanton. And I kind of get the feeling that she might have been a resident of the Black Lodge, not just because of that sort of ethereal floating camera work that preceded her appearance, but because of Rodd's really fearful reaction when she appeared in his doorway and his comment that he's already gone places and that he just wants to stay where he is. And to me, this really heavily implied that Carl had done some sort of traveling in the same way that we'd seen Cooper or Major Briggs do in the TV series. Later, Desmond will return to the trailer park and he'll discover a mysterious trailer lit from inside. I couldn't help but notice the red curtains in the windows that were so reminiscent of the Black Lodge. Underneath it, he finds a pile of dirt, just like the one found in the rail car where Laura was murdered. On top of the pile is Teresa Banks' ring, engraved with the same runic symbol that Wyndham Earle had found in the cave during the show. He reaches for the ring, and the screen fades to black. It is only later in dialogue we learn that Desmond has disappeared from the face of the earth without a trace. Maybe now he's traveling too, or he's in the Black Lodge. Following his disappearance, we're treated to another brief sequence that reintroduces the FBI Holy Trinity of Dale Cooper, Albert Rosenfeld, and Gordon Cole. They get a visit from another long-missing FBI agent named Philip Jeffries, who's played here in a cameo appearance by David Bowie. And this short segment really doubles down on the surrealism, with a waking dream sequence featuring the man from another place, Killer Bob, Mrs. Tremont and her grandson, which confirmed to me a little theory I always had that perhaps they were supernatural entities. We see the creamed corn again, and creamed corn takes on a big role in the movie itself. We also see a few other mysterious characters we've never seen before. Serving almost as a conclusion to this opening act of the film, it's mysterious, it's inscrutable, it's disturbing, and it's possibly a bridge too far for most of the members of the audience at that time. With the characters and tone being the polar opposite of the TV series, the effect of this opening sequence is really disorienting. However, it sets an appropriately eerie foundation for the rest of the film that is built upon it. Yet, in retrospect, it feels like Lynch is sprinkling the breadcrumbs in front of the audience to follow. He's not going to spell it out, but I suspect that the underlying roots of the entire Twin Peaks mythos are here for the taking. Now, by this point, dreams, good and bad, and their relation to reality have been referenced by several characters, and the rest of the film takes on a really dreamlike and often nightmarish quality that doesn't let up until the final credits roll. In researching the movie, I also learned that a significant amount of footage was cut from the theatrical release. Almost 90 minutes of these scenes have been reassembled into a movie called Twin Peaks: The Missing Pieces. And this was released as part of a box set in 2014. I didn't know this. I've yet to see this version, but word is that the restored scenes are of a lighter tone and feature the vast majority of the TV series regulars that were missing from Fire Walk with Me. Now, as I said, it's a very complex movie, and there's far more to talk about, including the way that the film plays with chronological time, such as a bloodied Annie Blackburn appearing in Laura's bed and making comments about Dale Cooper being trapped in the Black Lodge. Events that wouldn't actually play out in the series chronology until long after Laura had been murdered. However, I think I'll leave this to Mark and Becky to discuss further. Thanks for listening, and remember that the owls are not what they seem.
Okay, so Tim had a lot to say, right, Becky?
Yes, indeed.
I mean, like you made the point, the film is kind of obviously more cinematic, richer than the TV series, obviously more cinematic, and like he says, it was a kind of a failure. And I have to say, I kind of agree with him. When I first watched it, I felt a distinct twang of disappointment. I mean, he said quite a few interesting things, and I liked his points about like Deep Meadows being like a bizarro version of Twin Peaks. It's kind of we talked about it a bit with Mike, didn't we? There's this doppelganger aspect in Twin Peaks and circularity, and Tim picked up on both of those. Got anything to say about Tim's feedback?
Just specifically the way that, you know, he comments on the opening scenes in particular being a kind of inversion of the Twin Peaks and the characters that we know, which I thought was really interesting. Everything from kind of Desmond and his kind of attire and its relationship to Coop and his approach. How he's still quite lyrical and poetic in the way that he speaks, but it's in a it's kind of more curt, and he's not as open and accepting, and you know, like Cooper is. So it was really interesting, I think, to compare those two characters in that way. Yeah. But everything from the way that not Ronette Pulaski, what am I about? What's she called? Teresa Banks. Yeah, the way that she was working at the diner, just like Laura. Mm-hmm. Was doing the Meals on Wheels, and you know, the way that the diner itself is the kind of crux of that area, and everything just kind of pulled those two segments together for me when I listened to that from him. So I thought it was really interesting.
Yeah, I could hear that ice cream van behind you. I can't believe it's 8 o'clock at night. It's a coldish day, isn't it? And you got an ice cream van, man. Manchester.
We're northern.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, Tim made some great points. There is this sort of, I think we're going to probably pick up on this as we actually go through the each scene, right? Because that's what we're going to be doing tonight. On both the doppelganger nature, the sort of reflective, they're reflections, aren't they? We just know that this place is the opposite of Twin Peaks. It's not a happy, cozy place. That Twin Peaks seems to be on the outside, at least, right? It's this darker place. Excellent feedback there, Tim. I want to pick up on his point about Carl Rodd. Carl Rodd is a character I really like in it. It's interesting he starts off quite curt and you think he's going to be quite unpleasant, like the sheriff and the deputy, right? But he actually is quite a good. I think Harry Dean Stanton sells this character as like quite a nice, not decent, but likable character. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. And again, his points about how the actual police station there is completely different in the way that Harry accepts Cooper.
Yeah.
It was brilliant again.
Yeah, it was. And they're so opposite, Dear Meadows, aren't they? It's like, we don't want you here. It's all that kind of business. I do like the fact that, and the thought had occurred to me that Tim picked up on he feels that Carl Rodd may have been a visitor or even a resident of the Black Lodge. He says something like, I've been places, and stuff like this. I also like the fact that Carl Rodd, the ultimate currency in Twin Peaks is coffee, right? And it's like Carl Rodd's got the best of the best, or so he says. I'm never quite sure. I can't quite sure how Chris Isaacs and Kiefer Sutherland play it, whether it is as good as he kind of is suggesting it is. But it's kind of funny that he brings in that Twin Peaks currency of coffee. It does make me laugh. Then Tim went on to talk about sort of David Bowie and the residents of the room. He notes about, Mrs. Tremont Chalfont, and, cream corn being this motif for suffering, and stuff like that. And he felt that scene may have been a bit too much for the audience. Maybe. Actually, it wasn't one of the things that bothered me when I have a few issues with the first section, or I used to have, I should say. But yeah, it probably was for people just wandering in off the street expecting to see a film of Twin Peaks, because they were expecting like soap operatics, I imagine, and they got a horror film, right? Yeah. It was kind of being mugged for some film goers. And then Tim also mentions the missing pieces, which we've watched, right? And we'll be talking about in one of the sections in this episode. Nice. Again, some nice feedback there from Tim. We got some more feedback. We'll leave that towards the end, some written feedback. But thank you very much, Tim, for sending that in. Right, let's have another little break, and we'll start on Firewalk with Me. Okay, so Firewalk with Me. Right, nice jazzy credits, and then we get that telly kind of battered in, and the screaming, Teresa Banks screaming. Well, I mean, we kind of talked about this in the segment with Mike, but some people have picked up this is like possibly David Lynch commenting on TV what he thinks. I mean, he did have a bit of a rough time, didn't he? Trying to do this, and I do feel that the whole having to reveal the mystery spoiled the TV experience a bit for him, though he did come back and make a great final episode. What's your thoughts? Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'd completely agree with that. And I think as well, listening to the introduction to the film by Mark Commode, and which was actually posted in the Facebook group by Dougie Kerr.
Yeah.
And so thank you to him for that, because I hadn't actually caught this. And Mark Commode basically also says that this is with the television smashing, it kind of is a metaphor for the fact that we're moving away from the television series, and it's a break. The film is a break from that. This is not the same world, or it's not what you expect in regards to the television series, which I thought was an interesting way of looking at it as well.
Yeah, I agree. And actually, Mike talked about in his segment, he talked a bit about how it had a different feel and stuff. I have to say that one of the things I noticed watching this is it is filmed differently, right? Because they got proper sets, i.e. they can pull the camera out and stuff rather than being close all the time. And that feeling does give you a slightly different perspective on the characters. Certainly Cooper felt a bit different for me because he didn't take up so much of the screen. I know that sounds a bit weird, but it's just he felt smaller in this universe than the TV universe. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah.
And in fact, everyone felt like a smaller. They had slightly less agency, perhaps. It might be a way of putting it. Anyway, the film to go back to Firewalk with Me. We get Gordon Cole phoning up Chester Desmond, who's played by Chris Isaac, to investigate the murder of a drifter, which is Teresa Banks in Deep End. Oh, I should have said before that we see a body floating on a river, wrapped in plastic. Floating down the river, right? And it just comes up with, we get a little credit that says Teresa Banks. A good idea, because we could have, probably any viewer of the show would have assumed that was Laura Palmer, right?
Yeah.
And it is funny that he calls them while they're in the middle of this, shaking down what looks like a school bus of rowdy teenagers. Which is really odd, right? And it's like it's weird the FBI are doing that. And the bus says Fargo, which I don't know if that has anything to do with the movie. I don't know, just a coincidence. Don't know. Cole says he wants to meet them to give them some info, and then we get the introduction from Lil. What do you think of Lil?
I love this bit.
You do? I don't mind it. It's kooky. But I remember watching and thinking, what the hell's this? But it's kind of very memorable. It's one of those things Lil. So that's a hell of a look as well.
Yeah, it's so visually striking. And it reminded me of, I don't know why, but she reminded me of Sunset Boulevard.
I guess the strict kind of makeup and
maybe, yeah, but just popped into my head. But that kind of really stylized look. But I really loved this bit, and the way that it was used as a plot device for Keith Sutherland as the younger FBI agent to ask the questions and such, and the way that it also links to the Blue Rose, which I just thought was brilliant, really intriguing.
The Blue Rose is the most interesting bit of it, actually, because we don't know what that means, do we? It's it's the name of his certain types of cases, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know if it means one particular case or a type of case or what it is, but it is funny that all these. Sorry, go on.
Sorry, I was just going to say it reminds me of the Black Dahlia. That's what I thought of initially.
It's noirish, isn't it?
Really noirish.
A coloured flower meaning something. But to be honest, all of the things she does, Cole could have just said, you're not wanted there. They're hiding something. There's going to be trouble. There might be drugs involved. None of that was. We didn't need Lil at all, did we? At all. It made no sense, really. In terms of a logical, coherent, if you were a strict drama, it would have made no sense. But it's fine. It's David Lynch, right? But fine. I thought it was a little indulgent, but I kind of liked it, So when the guys get to the town, and what did you? I mean, Chris Isaac is pretty good as a stand-in for Cooper. I have to say, I wonder what it would have been like with Cooper in this role rather than Agent Desmond, but this works fine for me. I have no problems with Chris Isaac at all. And I like Kiefer Sutherland. I really hope he does appear in season 3.
Me too. I really like.
Sorry, go on.
Sorry, no, go on.
I don't think he's in the cast list.
Yeah. But hopefully he's one of the extra ones that Mike was alluding to.
Yeah, 5 extra ones. So when they get to the sheriff's department, they're not cooperative at all, are they? You know, the deputy's kind of deliberately rude, and the receptionist is, you know, giggling, and they're kind of like juveniles, aren't they? In the way they're antagonised. It's like, oh, you sit there, you'll have to wait to see him. You know, some of this. But Desmond doesn't really put up with this business at all, does he? Does he grab him by the nose or something? And sort of
he does indeed.
There's all this business. And they go see the sheriff, who's a mean-looking fella, indeed. And they go and see Teresa's body at the morgue. It's kind of a tragic figure, right? She's this young girl laid out. I know she's dead, but it's got that kind of, you know, vulnerable look to it, where you kind of feel bad for her, even though she's dead. You kind of feel bad for her to be just laid out like that, and no one really caring.
Yeah,
I thought it was sad, actually. They notice that there's a ring missing from her finger, and they spot there's something under her nail. Oh man, how about the nail stuff? What do you think of this? I mean, I didn't like the Laura Palmer nail thing where they were just digging around under there, but this was proper, whoa, let's pull it out. And I've actually had a nail fall off, so I've actually seen that in real life on myself, and I was less effective with seeing my own nail fall off than watching it on this film, actually. It's like grim. Oh. And then they check into a motel. Lots of red neon here. It reminded me a bit of like the neon in One-Eyed Jacks and the Roadhouse and stuff like that. And that goofy, what's that goofy bar called where James goes? I can't remember now. Never mind. That. Reminded me of that a bit. And then they go to this diner, which has got this weird. David Lynch loves blinky electric stuff, doesn't he? He loves it,
he does.
and disconcertingly loud noise as well. And there's these old guys I don't know what they're doing, soldering or trying to fix a light, and there's like, you just can smell the ozone when you're watching this scene of, you know, the electricity burning in, you know, in air and stuff like that.
It's tangible, isn't it?
It is. It's a very visceral kind of scene, right? And then they talk to the lady who's, I think is Irene, about Teresa Banks. You know, she'd only worked there a month. She was always late. Irene suggests she might have had a coke habit. And then I think Stanley does something, says something that Desmond's kind of he's not angry at Stanley, he's kind of just a bit perplexed by him, I think. And he noticed that Stanley's got the coffee. He's holding his coffee and he says, "What's the time?" So Stanley pours coffee over himself. Was that deliberate? It seemed deliberate to me. What do you think?
Yeah, I really would have liked more from these two characters. I really enjoyed them, and I really wanted to spend more time with them. And it seemed deliberate. He has that kind of calculated, spiritual presence that Cooper has, but in a different way. It's hard to kind of describe. It looked deliberate to me.
Sorry, you mean Desmond? Has got that. Yeah. I agree. He's got that otherworldliness, but as you say, in a different way. It's like almost like a weary way.
Yes, actually.
Even though he's a young man, he feels like a guy who's seen a lot.
And that's what was so interesting about it. Yeah. You know, I just would have loved to have had more backstory for his character.
I kind of expect him, the way he acted, to be the way Cooper would act after 25 years in the job.
Yeah.
I don't know if this might play into something in season 3. You never know, right?
Interesting.
It just occurred to me. But yeah, he does seem very world-weary and kind of... and I always wonder, is that because like Chris Isaacs was not an actor as such? Though I have to stress, he does a great job in this. You know, he's not like, really this guy can't act. He was fine, but he was very low-key. you know, it was
also-
non-expressive, right?
Definitely. And, you know, Dale Cooper, Chester Desmond, same initials swap round.
Yes. Yeah, we're seeing connections here that don't exist. We're getting all excited about it. We're just seeing things. There's also a mention I find it interesting where the Irene says, I think her name's Irene. I keep saying Irene. Let's hope it's. She tells them that one time Teresa Banks' arm went numb for 3 days, which kind of reminded me of the shaky hand stuff in the TV series, right? 3 days. Interesting. Anyway, they go see her trailer. We meet a character called Carl Rod, who's sort of peeved about them knocking on his door and sort of shouty because it's like making work for him. But actually, once he starts to engage with them, he's a fairly likable kind of chap. You know, he's like aggressive but affable. You know, you wouldn't mind spending time with him. Whereas you wouldn't want to spend any time with that bloody sheriff, would you? And he's going about how good his coffee is and all this business, which kind of made me laugh. And then once they're looking around her trailer, they find a picture of her and they see the ring on her finger, which is a gold ring with a green stone. Now later on, we actually see that that's got the petroglyph. The square on its point with the like wings, petroglyph that could sometimes upside down. And that it's that one, isn't it? But while they're there, this old lady kind of turns up, and she's holding something to her face, and and she's just looking around. And Chet Desmond asks her if she knows Teresa, and she just leaves. Cole seems a bit frightened of her, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Did you have a feeling this was a resident of the Black Lodge or one of those kind of beings? What was your thoughts?
Potentially, yes. And I was thinking, why are they all kind of congregating in this area?
It's I don't know why. I was starting to think of like the Hellgate in Buffy.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that. Is it another portal? You know, the way the Glastonbury Grove is. Well, we'll find out, I guess. Right?
But just like Twin Peaks, that there's another area of kind of concentrated energy where, you know, things can happen. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, and interestingly, the Grove, did I go on about there being 12 sycamore trees? Is it 12?
Yes,
There's
I believe
just for a
so.
number. We see a telephone pole with the number 6 cut in. I don't know if it means anything. Could mean nothing, but it seemed to have significance because we were shown it, right?
Yeah.
So that 6 may mean something, may not. Cole doesn't sort of explain the woman to them at all, but this is where he starts going on about he's already gone places and he wants to stay where he is now. So there's a hint there that something odd's. He's seen things, right?
Yeah.
Then Desmond and Sam go back to the sheriff's office to get Teresa's body because they want to take it to Portland for further examination. The sheriff doesn't really tries to put them off, but Desmond ignores him and asks where her ring is. What happens then? I'm trying to think. And he basically Desmond says to Sam, "Go, carry on with the body. I'm going to go check the trailer park one last time." And I think Sam surmises it's something to do with the Blue Rose.
Yeah.
So it seems to me the Blue Rose is something to do with these odd cases, right? And Gordon Cole knows much more than we think he knows. That's the impression I got.
Yes, and for me, Blue Rose effectively is the X-Files.
One day you are going to read or maybe the secret history of Twin Peaks, and you'll see that it has a more than passing nod at the X-Files. That's for all our listeners. If you want to know, you'll have to go read the book to find out what I'm talking about. But there is definite aspects that sometimes when I was reading it, I was feeling more like I was reading the secret history of the X-Files than the secret history of Twin Peaks. That's how much I felt there was. I'm not saying it's crossover. It just felt like we were in that universe.
Yeah,
reading that book.
definitely.
So, yeah, I like it. So Blue Rose may be the X-Files. I wonder what Judy... Oh, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. I was going to start talking about Judy. We'll come to that. So Desmond goes back to the park. The sun's setting, right? Or it's set already. And I think there's a mention that Deputy Cliff, the horrible deputy there, has got the trailer behind. Right?
Yep.
So he's just down from Teresa's, which is a bit suspicious. Desmond gets left there. Is there a mention here of the neighbours have disappeared? The Tremonts. Not the Tremonts, the Chalfonts.
Yep, and there was another family of Chalfonts before them.
Yeah, so this is very reminiscent of the old lady and her son in the TV series who took the name Tremont as well, right?
Yeah.
Have I got that mixed up? I get mixed up sometimes. So there's kind of this connection. And in fact, we do see that old lady and her, grandson, in with the residents of the Black Lodge, or the Red Room, I should say, a bit later on, don't we? So there's a connection there again. And indeed Cream Corn, but we'll come to that. He goes to this trailer and to another trailer, and there's lights come on. He knocks on the door, there's no answer. And when he looks under the trailer, there's a mound of dirt, which is pretty much the same kind of shape as the one found at the scene of Laura's murder. Or near it, I should say. Oh, sorry, no, it's in the train car, isn't it? It looks like that, but instead of Laura's heart necklace, it's Teresa's ring.
Yeah.
And I think we see at this point it's distinctly got the alcove marking on, right? And just as he then reaches in, the scene fades. Right, so that's like the first section. We're 27 minutes in, so no Twin Peaks so far. Just alluded to somewhat, perhaps. Obviously, we know this film's about Twin Peaks. So, would you like this first section?
It blew me away. It wasn't what I was expecting, but like I say, I really wanted to spend more time with these characters, and I know that this section did put a lot of people off. And it, like you say, you're waiting to get to Twin Peaks, but like Tim said in his feedback, it's a complete inversion. It is Twin Peaks for me.
It is. It certainly feels very Twin Peaks. Did you? I'm trying to remember. Did you say in our conversation with Mike? You said that this is the most Twin Peaksy bit of the film in some ways.
Yes, for me. I mean,
in terms of the TV series, right? In terms of that feel. In
terms of the TV series, because the kind of second part, I'm saying second part, I know you can kind of cut it up with the bit in the middle with Dale Cooper and everything. But Mark Kermode said as well in that introduction, this film is basically the best, he described it as the best horror film of the year that no one was looking for, that was completely different to what people were expecting. Fans of the series, or somebody who's casually caught an episode of the series or whatever. And for me, that really made me think the second half of this film is very much a horror film, definitely. But the way that it reveals all the backstory of Twin Peaks, and I touched on this again in the segment with Mike, Laura Palmer was a kind of almost a mythological character.
Yeah, it was dealing with the aftermath of the series. Was the aftermath of Laura Palmer. Bobby picked out quite nicely in one of the episodes. Bobby, I think after a funeral, says, you wanted to help her, none of you did, and you all know. The implication is that they could have helped and they didn't. There was a bit of that, but also, and then Donna also picks up a bit later on that we're still solving your problems. She says it at Laura's grave, doesn't she? We're still solving your problems, and she's kind of angry. There's some interesting stuff going on there. It flows through very well.
It does, but for me, for the beginning, when I first watched it, I must admit, part of me thought maybe I didn't want to see that, because I wanted to keep it in that
mythological.
Yeah, the way that, and I think that really adds to the atmosphere and the supernatural aspects of it. However you read into the series, and you've kind of lost that. But I've watched it twice now, and as well as since watching the missing pieces, they blew me away, and I can't believe that some of them weren't in the film, because I think it would have really added to it. But watching it again, even though it's so dark and so stripped down and so gritty, and like you say, the aesthetics and everything is completely different, I really do appreciate both segments. But for me, they feel like two different films.
I have to tell you, you haven't read The Secret Diary yet, have you? You've not read that yet? Right.
No.
That goes back, strips it down even deeper. In many ways, so I'd be interested. I'm interested for us to go through that. I've just started rereading it. It's been a while, but I've just started reading it too. So I'm kind of looking. We'll be doing that as the next show. In fact, talking about that. So it gets darker and even further. But it's the previous. This is the last week in her life, right? We're talking about the last 5 years of her life. With that book. So. I have to say, look, did sound like I was really down on this first segment, but actually I quite like it. But I have this overriding urge to get to Twin Peaks whenever I watch this, which is a shame because it is good stuff. And I think I like the idea of actually, next time I watch this, I'm going to always watch it in two parts. So I'm not sitting there waiting for Twin Peaks. I'm going to watch the first two sections, the bit with Chet Desmond and Sam Stanley, and the bit with Gordon Cole. Stop, have a break, and then watch Twin Peaks. And that way, I won't be watching it thinking, the Twin Peaks will be soon. I'll know what to expect. I know it's silly, but I feel like it deserves it, actually. I feel like it deserves it. Because it is a fascinating kind of sort of sequence before we get to Twin Peaks, I think. Anyway, I'll tell you what. Let's have a little another musical interlude and we'll get on to the second part of this movie. Okay, so the next part, we arrive at Gordon Cole's office, right? Well, in fact, it's our first sighting of Dale Cooper, right? So we're in Philadelphia, and he's meeting Gordon Cole because he's worried about a dream he had pertaining to the exact day at the precise time, because that gets quoted. I think it's 10:10 on February the 16th. And at one point he's walking in and he starts looking at a security camera which shows the corridor he's just been in, and he's not in it, and he keeps going back and forth until he sees himself in the security camera. What did you make of that?
This bit was the bit that really made me think about the time elements and temporal aspects of the show.
Okay, what way? I'm interested.
In terms of kind of David Bowie is the man that isn't there, that wasn't there, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And how he's completely disappeared, and how Dale Cooper's looking at the camera, the CCTV footage. And again, I think that plays back into the whole film television aspects, with us seeing that CCTV, it seems a kind of playful device to use.
Yeah.
But the way that Cooper's kind of, stationary, and then we see him move in, then he's back stationary again, it really reminded me of the Black Lodge, and starts that whole, like you've just said about, with Desmond, could he be Cooper? And it really started to make me think along those lines.
Yeah. What it made me think of was in the TV series, whenever we get a Black Lodge incident, not every time, but a lot of the times we get some sort of weird mystical element, there's technology goes awry. We get Mike's getting massive feedback, say, or tape recorders stop playing or start playing. We get that kind of thing. And I was wondering if this is an aspect of that.
Yeah.
That's possible. But it's more, as you say, it's more time, isn't it? If he can see himself in a camera, it could be technology too, just playing at the wrong speed or being delayed or something. But it is interesting. We do see David Bowie play. What's his name? Philip Jeffries, isn't it? Philip Jeffries.
Yes, I think so.
Actually walked past Cooper when he's in the CCTV, and Cooper wasn't standing there when someone walked past him. So it's more than just tech being delayed, isn't it? There's way more to it than that.
Yeah.
So David Bowie. He's very brief in this. Does a decent job. Not sure the accent's entirely great. He's trying to do a southern kind of accent, isn't he? And it's like, and it's kind of it does make me laugh when he starts talking about Judy. I'm not going to talk about Judy. I'm not going to talk about Judy at all. And it's like, what's he talking about? And that made me think of the bit in Twin Peaks where Garland Briggs, they say Garland, and he says Judy Garland. It's like Judy. Judy keeps getting mentioned. I presume that's a case or something. I don't know. So it's all this, and then there's a very telling scene. He points at Cooper and says, "Well, who do you think this is there?" As he points at Cooper, right? To me, I didn't understand this scene the first time. Sorry, I didn't understand that line the first few times I saw this, but it seems to me that for other dialogue too, David Bowie's been to the Black Lodge, or he's been to a place where the residents of the Black Lodge have been. He says something about being above a convenience store, doesn't he?
Yes.
Which relates back to a comment I think Leland makes about Bob. He lived above the convenience store.
Yep.
If I remember rightly, is that? So it could be about that, and that's kind of suggesting he recognises Cooper from that place.
Yep.
Did you read it that way?
Yeah, definitely. And that they're just he lived above the convenience store, and it might be reading way too much into it, but that sense of consumerism and feeding on human kind of sin and greed, I think ties into. Like I say, that would be reading way too much into it, but that's the kind of thread I was on.
Yeah, and convenience stores sometimes have people buying things on the spur of the moment and unplanned and this, that, and the other, right? So there could be some of that. Jeffries is obviously not. He's certainly not calm, is he? He's kind of shaking and sort of distressed. And it turns out he was sent on the case 2 years prior, and no one's seen or heard of him. He just kind of disappeared. And Cole asks him where he's been, and Jeffrey says he wants to tell him everything, but he doesn't have a lot to go on. And then we get a dissolve into a room containing some of the residents of Black Lodge. It's not the Red Room, is it? It's definitely not the Red Room. It's some other sort of dingy living area with sofas and a small dining table, and some of them are sitting at the table, some sitting on the sofas. There's a strange man wearing a white mask with a big nose. There's all sorts, isn't there?
Yeah.
We see Mrs.
Which?
Sorry, go on.
It reminded me of like a work kind of eating area.
I can see that. Do you think it's almost like a waiting area, right?
Well, but for the main players, for the experience kind of thing.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting. I couldn't believe it. Jürgen Prochnow's there wearing a obviously fake beard as well, and stuff like that. We do see the old lady and her grandson from the TV series in that room, so they're obviously residents of the Black Lodge, or those spirits. I kind of never know what to refer to these as. They're from another place. I mean, I could call them people from another place, like we called the short man, the man from another place. It's kind of like that. And Bob's there as well, right?
Yeah.
And also there are other men there kind of wearing lumberjack outfits, which made me wonder if one of them's the log lady's husband.
Oh, that's interesting.
Well, he was a, fireman and a lumberjack, right? In fact, one of the greatest lumberjacks, apparently. I can't remember. I think I got that from The Secret History of Twin Peaks as well. There's, they talk about, starts talking about Formica, the tabletop, which is a green tabletop, isn't it? A bit like The Ring. So is that like The Ring in another form? This ring is kind of intriguing, and I have to say I've read up a few ideas of what it means, and it kind of makes sense, but I'm kind of interested on what you think it might mean. Anyway, he does talk about the Formica. The word Garmonbozia comes up, which is a way of expressing like someone's pain or sorrow, the bad emotions, which physically gets realised in this film as cream corn. We are getting proper goofy here. How do you feel about that? Do you feel it was a bit too far? Are you digging it?
I mean, the cream corn scene from the television series with Donna and, the grandmother and the grandson was one of the most kind of, obscure moments of the series.
Yeah.
And I think it's really channeling that. And I love it. I must admit, as goofy as it is, I love those Lynchian little kind of moments where you're just like, what does this mean? How does this...
Yeah, it's kind of cool. I mean, he famously, inhabits his, brings his subconscious to the fore and doesn't like to analyse it either. But it's funny enough, if he hadn't made this film, someone else had made it, and this Garmonbozia, his cream corn business had come up, I'd have said, that's just bullshit. They're just taking one little element from the film and trying to string out a mythology based on that one little incident. But I can't say that here because this is David Lynch. He's doing it. So it's like, he's not just stringing out something he didn't understand. He's stringing it. He is, but he's doing it on his own terms rather than someone just saying, what can we do something with this? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
And then we hear Jeffries say, it was a dream they all lived inside. And then, again, we get a reference to the ring, right? The man from another place says to Bob, with this ring I thee wed. And they kind of laugh, I think. Which is really odd. I should have mentioned Albert's around as well. Poor, because we love Albert, but he doesn't actually get that much to do, does he?
No.
Apart from it, there's a slightly later scene where he talks to Cooper, which is actually right in the middle of all the Twin Peaks stuff, if I remember rightly. It's just a scene cut in, I think. Then we see Jeffries kind of... Well, we don't see him. He just is not there anymore, right? And they try and find out if he left the desk, if he left the building, and they find out he wasn't ever there. Also, we get on to Chester Dedman's gone missing, basically Coop goes to find out what happened to Chester Desmond, right? Also, Cole and Cooper examined some of the security footage of Cooper, and they see Jeffries is on the film. So that's kind of a confirmation, right? So then we see Cooper go off to Deer Meadow. He meets Cole Rodd again. Cole shows him the deputy's trailer, which is the last place Cole saw Agent Desmond. Coop's interested in another lot that's empty. Oh, sorry, this is the bit where they start talking about the people that used to be there, right? The Chalfonts used to be there, an old woman and her grandson. But funny enough to say, the people before them were also called Chalfont. So this is like setting up this. They seem to take the name of people that either were there before them or came after them. Right?
Yeah.
Or something. It's kind of weird.
Which ties into the host theory as well.
Yes.
The possession and, taking over an identity kind of thing.
Yeah. And then I think Cooper notices Desmond's car, and as he walks up to it, someone's written something on the windshield in red paint or lipstick or something, and it's Let's Rock, which was a line from the man from another place in the TV show when he first encounters Cooper, right? He says, let's rock, and starts dancing. Then we get the old Cooper talking to Diane on the tape recorder, right? Saying it's a confusing situations and it might be one of Cole's Blue Rose cases. And one thing he's certain of is that Teresa's killer will strike again, and he doesn't know when or where. So there you go. That's those first two sections. We are now 33 minutes into the film, and then the Twin Peaks music starts. Right, I'll tell you what, let's have a bit of that Twin Peaks music, have a break, and then get on to the Twin Peaks section of this film. Okay, so now, 33 minutes in, we are finally in Twin Peaks. That music makes me, like I said with Mike, I just feel like I'm going to settle in now for a lovely time. No, I just feel like, we're here. How's it? I mean, it's nice to hear. I know I was going to say it's like on the big screen, but it isn't. We're watching it on our own tellies, but there's something filmic about it. Even the music, it just feels like it's a film.
It feels more cinematic, definitely, and I would love to see this on the big screen.
Yes. I don't think I did. I may have. I can't remember for sure. But I was right in the middle of like a PhD, so I was like working every hour, godsend. So I may have gone to see it, but I can't remember for sure. I know I saw it. If I didn't see it at the cinema, I saw it damn close to it big coming out. You know, I think back then VHSs tend to be like a bit longer than we have to wait now, like a year afterwards. But yeah, it wasn't too long afterwards. So it's the last week of the life of Laura Palmer now. We see Cheryl Lee as Laura Palmer from the beginning. She's in most of this, right? Almost every scene, I believe.
Yeah, I think so.
And it really is about Laura Palmer. It's Laura Palmer and Donna, Laura Palmer and Bobby, Laura Palmer and a family, Laura Palmer and Palmer and the Haywoods, Laura Palmer and James. We're getting the full run of this. Now, obviously, it's more adult in content than the TV series, and mostly that didn't feel too jarring for me. You know, even the nakedness and stuff, it didn't jar me. The only bits that I felt jarring was when Bobby started effing and blinding. It just, that felt weird to me after him not being potty mouthed after 30 episodes. But the nudity and stuff didn't feel jarring. It's weird, isn't it? It's weird. Was there any bits of it you felt jarring after the TV series in that way?
I think it was just for me to see Laura in that way. That was what was jarring. Like I said, like the curtains, literally the red curtains have been lifted, and you're seeing something, like I say, that for me was kind of almost like mythological. So that bit was jarring in itself to me, and I was surprised at how gritty it was compared to the melodrama of the series. Yeah. It was like a tonal shock, if that makes sense. It was
tonally quite different, was it? I mean, there are definitely bits of Twin Peaks, the TV series, that are tonally the same as this film, but we get it in very small doses, right?
Yeah. This is concentrated.
This is the concentrate. They made it concentrated. Right? I've got to stop saying it. Now, we've got Donna here, but it's not Laura Flynn Boyle, is it? It's another actress, Moira Kelly. What did you think of that replacement? Did you feel it worked?
Yeah, I mean, it's always a pet peeve for me when, scheduling conflicts or whatever mean that you have a new actor, but I must admit, Myra Kelly did play it really well.
It did feel like a
younger Donna.
Yeah, it felt like the Donna at the start of Twin Peaks, not the end, the TV show, not at the end, but at the start. It felt very much like that Donna that fell in love with James.
Yeah,
right. It did to me, and we get some catcalling with Mike and Bobby, and then Laura sees James. We get a bit of stuff with James. We see her snorting coke. We see quite a sweet shot where Bobby comes in, and we see that the famous picture of Laura Palmer that we see week in, week out in the TV show, the end credits of Laura Palmer in the school's trophy case because she's the homecoming queen. And Bobby kind of souls up and kisses the glass, and I think he says something like "I love you, Laura Palmer," but I can't remember now. It's kind of sweet, right?
Yeah, and again establishes that this is a much kind of younger version of the characters. They all felt quite different.
Yeah. I have to say, I think Dana Ashbrook really, I mean, we don't see him that much in this, but he really felt he was good in this. I really, really impressed by the stuff he delivered. But mind you, there were some great performances in this. I mean, people complain about this film, but man, some of the acting is terrific. Especially Cheryl Lee. She was there for pretty much everything after that first two segments, doing a really great job as well. Really intense. We get a scene after a gym class where Laura's just got a towel. She meets James. There's a bit of fiddling going on, he kind of says that he loves her and stuff like that. And he's she says something about turkeys. I'm trying to think. What is it? I can't remember now. I think at one point he talks about turkeys, or does Laura talk about turkeys? But like a turkey in the corn, gone like a turkey in the corn, I think's the phrase. And then I think she says something like, "A turkey's one of the dumbest birds," and that made me think of how she says that James is so dumb, but so sweet, but so dumb. In her tapes to Jacoby, right? And we find out then after school, Bobby's been looking for Laura, and he's kind of a bit cross, isn't he? And he's kind of shouting him. She won't have any of it, and she's kind of being quite mean to him. But suddenly we see her kind of turn on the charm and say, "Bobby, it's me," and all this, and he's kind of happy again. So we kind of get a gist of how manipulative she kind of is, right?
Yeah, and it's really interesting as well as that kind of progresses between them, because again, I think we mentioned this in the segment with Mike, but the film is very much an exploration of Laura's relationship with other people, mostly. And with Bobby, that really, dark, manipulative side, there's a great scene in his basement between the two of them where he says, that she doesn't want him, she just wants the cocaine. And there's that realization.
Yeah.
It really, for me, acted as a kind of complementary scene with the scene with Bobby and Dr. Jacoby, where he's really crying and Dr. Jacoby is really, pushing him to for his own kind of emotional gain or whatever. But in the series, you only had Dana Ashbrook's portrayal and him really crying. So to see that side of it and what led to it was really interesting to see both sides there. It
does kind of it feels like it informs Dana Ashbrook's behaviours throughout the TV series. It really felt all of Bobby's stuff felt very complimentary to the TV show and true. I kind of understand why he went off at the funeral.
Yeah.
And how he changes some of his behaviours throughout Twin Peaks. It doesn't feel like he was just changing to fit, the script writer of that week's agenda. It just feels like it was Bobby being Bobby, right? And that Bobby in the TV series is definitely emergent from the Bobby in this movie, right? So even though it was done backwards and everything, it feels very coherent, the Bobby arc to me, yeah. And in fact, that's true of a lot of this film, actually. Then we get a shot of the Haywoods, and Donna's asking if Laura's going to see James that night. Laura's kind of saying, no, doesn't really want to talk about this. She says, nighttime's my time, and stuff like that. She says she might go see Bobby, and Donna says that she thinks James is the one for Laura. Bobby's just like a goof. Yeah, and this kind of reveals something about how Donna feels about James, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, there's definitely something there. So it's interesting that Laura wears the half-heart necklace for a lot of this, doesn't she?
She does.
Yeah, so that again feeds into the TV series. Now, I have to say, one of the points Mike brought up about this film is it's kind of a checklist of agreement between what happened in the series and what happened before. So David Lynch has to kind of make sure certain things are in the film. I never feel that pressure in this film. Do you?
No, not at all.
It's not like a Star Wars I know you haven't watched Star Wars, so bear with me. In the Star Wars prequels, you are kind of waiting for, oh yeah, he was a pilot when Obi-Wan first knew him. Yep, check. There's all this kind of stuff, even though he's only 9 years old. There's all this stuff. Don't feel it in this film. It feels like right. It's interesting though. I still, even though this is a great precursor to the series, I don't think I'd ever recommend someone watch the film then the TV series, and I never have. How about you?
Oh, that's really interesting. Yeah, no, I you get a bit of a shock if you did.
Yeah, this could well put you off. In some sense. Or if you really like this film, the TV series could be kind of a bit of a letdown. Because it's not this film, is it, in tone?
No, no.
So there might be that too. You don't get enough Cooper in this film to think, oh man, Cooper's a great character, and stuff like that. And the film, certainly without the missing pieces, have so few characters the more fun characters in it. This is a darker piece. This, it's not. I'm not saying that all the characters in this are dark. They certainly got a very strong emotional connection to Laura Palmer, haven't they? The characters in this film.
Yeah.
So we then see Laura write in her secret diary where she's got a hiding place. But then she notices a few pages has been ripped out. This really freaks her out. And she drives off to see Harold Smith, who's someone on her Meals on Wheels route, as we know, the Egg Pro. Interested to see Harold again, right?
Yeah.
We know what happens to Harold. He doesn't last much longer than Laura, which is a shame. And he asks who could have torn the pages out, and she says Bob. She thinks it's obvious, and Harold's like, Bob isn't real, which I thought was very telling, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, she's talked about Bob to Harold at some length, but as a fictional or non-real character, imagined character, a sign of madness, we don't know. What was your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame as well with this character because we only get brief glimpses into certain characters, which is a shame. It was nice to see them.
Yeah. But
they're so brief that it doesn't really inform the story too much. But from that, it kind of hinted that, that it was the psychological aspects, I thought.
Yeah. There was some interesting... One thing Laura says, the fact he's ripped the pages out makes him real. And he's been having me since I was 12, is what she says. Which to me kind of indicates she thought he was some sort of dream lover, fantasy that she indulged in. And this has somehow crystallised it. Oh, I don't know, it was kind of hard to make out. What was your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, for me, that definitely kind of smacks of abuse, and that's how I would have read it. But because of the whole nature of Bob, that it's potentially, I mean, it's a really interesting one. I mean, this whole kind of film can be read from a psychological perspective in one way. Do you know what I mean? As a dream of a troubled girl. I mean, this is Laura Palmer's story. Fire Walk With Me is, like you say, the relationship she had, everything. It's her story. And, all of the other parts of that just could be, dreams that she's having, fantasies, whatever.
Yeah, she does actually. She says at one point, he comes through my window at night, and now he wants to know her. He started speaking to her, which suggests for the first, I don't know, what is she? Is she 17 or 18? First 5 years. Let's say 17. First 5 years of Bob, he's been silent and perceived as a fantasy figure, somewhat. But then that also questions, why is she taking up this life of sexual excess and stuff, drug taking and stuff like that. Where's that come from? If this was all a fantasy, she's obviously really conflicted. She doesn't know what's real and what doesn't. When it comes to Bob, it's kind of how it maybe is, or maybe she does know he's real but doesn't want to accept that. There's all this. Obviously, there's going to be physical evidence if it's real, right? Which you'd have to deliberately ignore, willfully ignore. Yeah, maybe subconsciously, but it's a conscious. Sorry, it's not conscious. It's something you'd have to do to get past it to accept this as fantasy. If it isn't, right?
Yeah.
So now then she says he says he either wants to be her or kill her, and this comes to the sort of heart of the matter of Bob, right? What Bob's all about, I think. And then at one point she grabs Harold by the collar and hisses in his face, "Fire walk with me." And we see for a split second her face turn white and her lips black and her teeth discoloured, which is very reminiscent of the face we see in Windham Earl, right?
Yeah.
So is that the coming of Bob, or the coming of the beings of the Black Lodge, or something like that? Really weird, right?
Yeah, and it's almost as if, and I've said this before on the series, talking about the series, that there's some kind of battle for souls. And it's as if, people aren't fully kind of possessed, but it's as if Bob is, it's taken all these years, all this time to try and break her. That's the way I've I think somebody mentions at one point in the series, Leland, I think he said that Laura was too strong for them, so she's fought it all these years. And I think that what Mike picked up on was really interesting, and I never thought about it that way, but he said that because they're attracted to the good in her and they want to corrupt that, she's trying to be as evil, and evil's too strong a word, but she's trying to be as nasty and horrible and whatever as she can to kind of darken her own character. So
they'll leave her alone, kind of thing. It's in fact the very next scene kind of is telling on that, and I did mention this when we were talking to Mike, but I think I presented it the wrong way. The scene I'm talking about is we get a shot of like that ceiling fan, and Bob kind of intimating, "I want to taste through your mouth," and Laura's just leaning against the wall, looking like tired and out of it, and she just goes, "No." And I think when we talked to Mike, I was saying that I felt that was kind of the eye of the duck scene, but I didn't really mean that. I don't think that means what I think I was trying to say is that informed me more deeply about not Bob's nature than, the other bits of this, which, where they say explicitly he wants to be her. The fact he says the phrase, "I want to taste through your mouth," tells me everything about Bob in one line, really, what his motivation is at this point. And that's what I meant, actually. Rather than informing about Laura, it's more informing about the nature of Bob. I wondered if like Bob's just abusing her for thrills, and he's suddenly come to realise he wants to be this being instead of Leland. It's time to move on from Leland. He's had his fun as Leland, now he wants to move on. It's kind of the feeling I got, and that's kind of been precipitated by the realisation that Laura is starting to realise his nature, which actually is further informed by a scene we haven't got to yet in the Pink Room, actually. But we'll come to that. Now we get the one scene that's not in Twin Peaks, that's in this section, which is Cooper talking to Albert. Interesting, kind of informative scene. It's really there for, I feel it's probably there for fan service a bit. What's your thoughts? Sorry, shall I say what was it the scene was about? They're talking about Cooper saying he'll know Teresa's killer's going to strike again, and he doesn't know how to stop it. And he says Albert's going to help him solve it when the time comes. And he's kind of like free-forming this, right, isn't he? He's just pulling this out of the air. And Albert starts questioning him, okay, let's test this. Is it a man or a woman, and all this. And he says, it's a woman, blonde. She's a high school student, sexually active, drug user. She's crying out for help. And Albert's like, well, gee whiz, Coop, that's about half the teenage girls in America. What's she doing right now? And he says, preparing a great abundance of food. And then it cuts to Laura at the diner, right? So, interesting insert. It didn't feel out of place to me because, I know this world. You and I have watched the TV series. We know this world. But it's interesting. This is the one bit where we diverge out of Twin Peaks and ties Cooper to what's going on. So he kind of knows what's going on. I thought it was all a bit... that young Churchill, he'll be significant one day. You kind of get from the stomach, it felt a bit of that to me. But I liked it. well enough. What's your thoughts on it?
Yeah, it was very brief. And again, I wish, we'd have had more Albert. And like you said, we know these characters, so it was nice just to kind of see them for the kind of nostalgia. But yeah, it was too literal for me. It reminded me of the Wyndham Earl clues a little bit.
Yeah, it was a little, yeah. Anyway, we get back to the diner. Heidi's got a nosebleed that just won't quit, so we get Heidi. It turns out that Norma asked Shelley to accompany Laura that day. Shelley's a bit pensive. Yeah, probably because she's banging Laura's boyfriend, right? There's probably something in that. And then while they're loading the car, we see Mrs. Tremont and her grandson, who's wearing a weird white mask, the one with the long nose, and he's kind of leapfrogging around the car park, isn't he, the boy? Oh, no, he's not. Sorry, he's just standing there. Sorry, my mistake. And the old woman gives Laura this painting of an empty room with a door and says it'll look nice on a wall. And then the grandson actually whispers something. He says, the man with the mask is looking for the book with the pages torn out. He's going to the hiding place. He's under the fan now. So Laura knows, it's about a diary, right?
Yeah.
So she sort of starts to freak out and she says she can't do it today and she kind of runs off. So that's all we get of Norma and Shelley in this original cut, right? I think that's it. We get Shelley a bit later as well. So back at her house, Laura's under the fan and she starts to creep upstairs into her room. And as she goes in, we see Bob sort of behind her dresser where her diary is. A bit freaky, right?
Yeah.
And I have to say, the first few times I saw this, I hadn't put together that he was looking for the diary. I just thought it was Bob being lurking around the bedroom, which he tended to do.
Which does inform the series and why he's hanging around in the house, in the Palmer house, in that respect.
Yes.
That he's potentially looking for the diary all the times we see him lurking around.
Yeah, but we do also see Bob... Sorry, people do see Bob without it being Leland, don't they? I mean, Maddie did in the TV series. So Bob can also infect your dreams or visions as well without being attached to someone, perhaps, it would appear. But then she runs out and hides in the shrubbery looking out, and then she sees Leland come out. Man, brutal, right?
Yeah.
Now, Leland acts as if nothing happened, so presumably this is Leland, not Bob, running Leland to this point. What's your thoughts? Or is Bob just sort of super controlled?
It kind of reminds me of the kind of Catholic, I think, notion of possession, in which we see it in a lot of TV shows like Supernatural, for example, in which the entity is there and they can kind of pull back a little bit at some points.
Yeah, they can release it. I mean, we saw it in the Book of the Exorcist. That happens. I think in the film as well we see that. It's a common thing that a possessed being can sometimes be allowed to talk by the possessing agent.
Yes.
So, I mean, for all intents and purposes, we can view Bob as a demon. That's a reasonable interpretation that can be applied, perhaps, right?
Yeah, he's parasitic and he's from another dimension, world, whatever you want to call it.
I mean, the Black Lodge could be hell, right? And the White Lodge could be heaven. That is possible, right? Laura's really shook up, so she goes to Donna's house, and they kind of... Donna can see she's upset, and there's various shenanigans, talking about it, I'll always be your friend and stuff like that. And I think there's one of the missing pieces goes in at this point. I might have it confused with another point, but we'll be talking about the missing pieces in the next section, right? So I'll leave it till then. So we get to a scene later at the Palmers, and we talked about this a fair bit with Mike, actually, didn't we? Where we're at the dinner table, Laura comes home, and then Leland starts talking about, show me your hands, and all this stuff. Oh, this was grim. And it's weird. It's like on the surface, not much is happening, right? But if you watch that acting, you watch the whole composition, the way Leland's standing over her, the way Laura is, really affecting, I thought.
Yeah, definitely. And this is one of the most powerful scenes, I think, that just the general kind of psychological and physical to an extent abuse, the way that he kind of rules the house, and again it's lifting that curtain, the jovial, happy Leland we saw in the series, because obviously we couldn't see too much because it would have given everything away, but to see how dark and controlling and it really is quite an uncomfortable scene.
Yeah, it's interesting. He picks up the fact she's got this necklace, and he kind of almost instantly recognises this is not something Bobby would give her, right? I'm always interested in this relationship between Leland / Bob and Bobby and James with respect to Laura. It's almost like he sees Bobby as like not, I think he knows that Laura's really not that attached to Bobby, so he doesn't care. But the fact that he kind of detects there's someone else in Laura's life that he doesn't know about is really bothering him. Do you think?
Yeah, I think there's an element of that.
Bobby's under his control in that he can handle what Bobby is, the interactions between Bobby and Laura, because I think he knows that Laura doesn't really care for Bobby that much, but this new person, it does bother him because he doesn't know about it, right? That's a possible reading anyway. So later that evening, the Palmers, retire. We see Leland having a bit of a cry, and then he goes to Laura and tells her how much he loves her, in a quite sort of sweet way. I'm never sure. Do you think she gets comfort from this, or does it just sort of rattle her even more?
A bit of both, I think.
Yeah, she kind of sees that he means it, but it makes what might be happening even worse in that case, right? I guess.
Yeah.
Now she's got a painting on the wall, hasn't she? And what with a little angel in. And she kind of looks at that, and I think she says, she asks if it's true. Is it true? She's trying to figure out if Bob is Leland and so on. And then what she does is she hangs up the painting she got from Mrs. Tremont, of a doorway, and then goes to bed. And then she has some odd dreams, right? There's we see Mrs. Tremont beckoning her into this room, and there's red curtains, and then we see the chevron flooring of the Black Lodge, right? That we know, also in the Red Room, and we see Cooper, right? And the Man from Another Place, And then the man from another place says to Cooper, "Do you know who I am?" Cooper doesn't know. He says, "I am the arm." So is that Mike's? Is that a part of Mike? That's a suggestion, right?
That was the arm that he tore off when he saw God.
Yeah. So the man from another place is part of Mike, really.
Yeah.
So there's this interesting dynamic between the one-armed man and Bob. And Leland and the man from another place and Bob. They're kind of yin and yang. Though we never get explicitly the man from another place is good, in quotes. We just see that he wants to sort of stop Bob doing bad, is more like it, right?
Yeah.
But though sometimes he seems to interact with Bob like they're friends. It's really odd. And then the man from another place takes the ring, Teresa's ring, and offers it to Laura. But Coop asks her not to take it. It's interesting. I find this really interesting that this petroglyph stuff kind of made its way into this film so centrally with that ring. It almost feels like, because I always feel like it's going to be an add-on from one of the writers, and Lynch burns so much of the rest of it down, but he picks up this one thing. It's really hard to analyse David Lynch sometimes.
Well, it felt to me like with the ending of the series that, with the petroglyph and everything, that was going to be a much bigger part of the storyline.
Yeah.
And that's why it's kind of carried on here in segments.
Yeah, I feel like there's elements in this film that were in... Well, I know for sure, actually, there were elements in this film that was intended to be in follow-up films. Certainly the David Bowie stuff was meant to be in the next film, or not necessarily fully explained, but a significant part of it, which never came to fruition because this was a flop. And I wonder if this ring was meant to be too, though I think if you dig deep enough, it's kind of coherent and makes full sense in this. And I say that I've read a few theories and they kind of make sense to me, and I'll bring those up at the time. And then we see Laura wake up and she finds herself in bed with Annie. And you know what? The first few times I saw this film, I didn't realise that was Heather Graham. I thought it was a lookalike actress for some reason. I think her makeup slightly different. So I thought it was a different actress. I really did, honestly. It's weird, isn't it? But it is her. She's wearing that flowery dress, and she says lines that we hear in the final episode, right? She's with Dale and Laura. The good Dale's in the Black Lodge and can't leave. Please write this in your diary. And then Laura wakes again. So we got this, time's flowing in different directions and is non-linear in this, certainly in the Black Lodge, right?
Yeah.
And then Laura seems to wake again, but in her hand is Teresa's ring. She's clutching the ring in her hand. She looks for some reason she gets up and looks in the hallway. There's nothing there. She looks. And when she looks at the paint on the wall, she sees herself standing in the doorway. Like the doorway she's in now kind of thing. And behind that the red room is the curtains from the red room. And then she kind of sees herself in bed sleeping. It's really... it reminded me a bit of 2001, where the guy keeps seeing himself right at the end in different poses. It kind of reminded me of that. There was a touch of that about it. Kind of cool, though.
I really liked the scene, and I thought it was one of the... it was genuinely creepy to me. Yeah,
it was like, which reality was they're all the reality, right? They're all reality, but all happening at once, I think. That's kind of how I read it. And then she wakes again, but this time it's the morning. There's no ring. The painting's back as it was. Laura takes the painting down. It's kind of freaking her out. Then we get a little shot at Leo and Shelley. Leo's telling Shelley how to wash the floor properly and giving her grief. And we even get a Marx Brothers reference in this, where he says, and Bobby's saying things like, "I need Santa Claus," and But Leo's like, I'm not playing, man. You already owe me $5,000. And Bobby says, are you telling me there's no Santa Claus? Which is a bit Marx Brothers, right? There's definitely some wordplay stuff in there. Anyway, he then phones Jacques Renault, who's at the Roadhouse. Jacques Renault looks much more clean cut than he does in the TV series. Did you notice?
Yes.
Maybe he just hadn't shaved that week, for the week. And Jack says, I can help you out for $10,000. So they arranged to meet at midnight in 2 days by the sound of sawing wood. They use that cryptic phrase. And then later on, we get back to the Palmer's house. Leland and Sarah aren't around. Laura's home. She's wearing a sort of slightly saucy dress, right? Donna rocks up and sort of notices she's dressed in this miniskirt. All her hair's done up. And she says, where are you going? Laura says, nowhere fast, and you're not coming. Anyway, Laura goes off to the Roadhouse, where there's a really interesting little scene. She runs into the log lady, right? Who's obviously been knocking a few back at the Roadhouse or something. I don't know. Who puts her hand on Laura's forehead and says, when this kind of fire starts, it's very hard to put out. The tender boughs of innocence burn first, and the wind rises, and then all goodness is in jeopardy. And it's like, okay, yeah. The log lady knows a lot more than she ever lets on, I always feel. I think her log tells her stuff, for sure. And then we get into the bar. Julie Cruz is singing in a lovely way. And Laura sits down and she kind of starts looking really sad. She sits down and starts to cry. I mean, she's in a desperate state, isn't she?
Yeah.
Donna comes in, wants to kind of... She's worried about her friend. And then Laura kind of pulls herself together and nods to Jacques, who then sends over 2 men. And I think she says something like, oh, so you want to fuck the homecoming queen. So it's like, man, so she's been a prostitute now, right?
Yeah.
And I think this is the first hint she's doing this in the film, right? I don't think it's alluded to.
No.
Up to this point. So basically she's a sex worker. But then, so there's 2 guys. Donna then joins and says she wants the boogie. And like the guy's saying, is she part of the deal? And like Laura's saying, you're not, you shouldn't be here and all this. And then Donna presses it and Laura's like, okay, if you want to play, we're going to play. And it's like, yeah. And then we get to the pink room, right? Cut straight to the pink room. There is a I will mention there is a missing scene where we see him drive to the pink room because it's kind of a bit confusing. Are they in another part of the Roadhouse at this point or not? The missing scene actually makes it clear they've gone to another place, right? Now, do you want to talk about this one a bit?
Where to start with this one? I mean, first of all, we mentioned again in the previous segment that it looks great. The lighting in this particular scene is fantastic, and it's just a really icky scene, and it really again informs Laura's character and her relationship with Donna, because Donna at this point, she has her drinks back, doesn't she, by one of the blokes?
Yeah, she does.
So she's kind of
A bit out
with many
of it.
sheets to the wind. And and she goes far further, I think, than she would have done. I mean, we get nudity from her character as well.
Yeah, we also see Renette Pulaski show up.
We do.
And they Laura knows her from One Eye Jacks, right?
Yeah.
And Jacques Renault's being kind of really sleazy, skeevy, and he says, my high school sandwich. He refers to both of them. And then out of the blue, Renette says, she's been dead a year. And I'm like, what? And it's Teresa Banks. And well, we find out where that comes from a bit later, right? But they mention it. Obviously, she's because Laura, they kind of worked with Teresa Banks, didn't they? At one point, is what it comes to, which involved Leland as well. But we'll get to that. So that comes off, and Laura's kind of out of it. But then she notices what's happened with. Am I going? Tell me if I'm going too fast with this, but or if I've missed anything out. But then she notices Donna kind of lying half naked across a table with the being slurped over by the guy, and Laura goes mad. Right, the proper scream, which reminds me a lot of the scene. I think in the finale, is it the finale where Laura goes screaming at Cooper? It's not the finale, is it? It's one of the earlier Red Room scenes. She screams at Cooper. It really reminded me of that. It feels to me like the Pink Room's a reflection of the Red Room in many respects. There's always music in the air for a start.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. She realises she's gone too far, right? And I think, was it Michael Yu that said at this point perhaps Laura realises she's damned?
I think it was Mike, yeah.
Okay. And it's interesting, and like this pertains to the stuff I talked about when Mike was on, which is, she says at one point to Donna, don't ever wear my stuff. You don't want to be like me. Anyway, they kind of make it out of there. The next morning, they're staying over at Donna's. Donna can't remember anything of the night before, which is probably a good thing, actually. And all she can remember is Laura got mad about her wearing something of hers. Donna does remember that, like, Laura was kind of selling herself, right? And before they could talk about it, Leland comes in. But when he sees the two girls, he gets a vision of Laura and Renette sitting together on a bed wearing, like, lingerie.
Yeah.
And that doesn't make any sense at that point, does it? It's like, what's going on there? But he kind of snaps out of it. They go off and they go. They intended to go meet Sarah for breakfast, but when they're driving, there's a driver in a truck behind them tailgating them, which kind of starts to freak them out. And Laura says something very telling. She goes, is there something on the engine? I can smell like it's burning. Smell of burning oil. Which is something from the TV series, right? When Bob's around, there's a smell of burning oil.
Yeah.
Which we kind of find out comes from that place in Glastonbury Grove. And then some old guy starts across the road in front of a big truck, and Leland gets stuck behind it, and the truck that's been tailgating pulls up, and it's Philip Gerard, the one-armed man, and he accuses Leland of stealing the corn. And he starts going on about the room above the convenience store and the Formica table and stuff like that. And he says something like the thread will be torn, and he actually calls him Leland, I think, which is interesting. And he shows Laura his finger, and he's got the alcove ring. And he says to her, "It's him. It's your father." and drives off. Basically, they're both really freaked out by this. And then we get Leland goes into a memory where he's lying in bed with Teresa Banks, telling her how much he looks like Laura. Little scene this, but I thought it was a really good scene.
Yeah.
Really electric. Ray Wise looks, I don't know, it's kind of, it was almost like a classic picture. The shot was like, I think you could have taken any still from that, where they were lounging back in bed. And that's an amazing looking picture. Really great composition and colour and stuff like that. And basically we see with Teresa Banks saying he wants to party with some of her friends, and it turns out that that's when he saw Ronette and Laura together. And that's what, he almost walked in on them because they were his, going to service him. But he saw Laura first before Laura saw him and backed out and said he'd got cold feet to Teresa Banks. So there's that. But there's also, as he's leaving, the Mrs. Tremont and the grandson of Mrs. Tremont jumps out in a mask and starts hopping around. Weird. So anyway, they're still driving. Laura is then brings up, did you come home one day last week? She's obviously referring to the day she saw Bob. He says no, but then he starts shouting at these mechanics working on the car. And then she sort of kind of presses it a bit, I thought I saw you. And he says, oh yeah, I did. I had a headache and I wanted an aspirin. And were you there? Because I didn't see you. And she says, I kind of saw you down the street. Okay, so she's cluing in Leland that she might know, or should I say Bob, that she might know who, what's going on. So later on, we see her in a bedroom. She's thinking about the sort of Mike's, the ring and where she saw it before. And she's kind of asking, what I've forgotten. Can you remember the specifics of this?
No.
No. Okay. She's kind of wondering about the ring and Bob and stuff like that. And while she's doing this, Leland's downstairs walking backwards and forwards. And he's thinking the murdering Teresa in her trailer. So that kind of flashes back to the opening scene with the TV at that point.
Yeah.
And screaming and, it's all this. Then we see Laura taping a safety deposit box key in her diary. And says she goes to Bob and says she needs to score. He says he gives her a little there and then, and he knows he has to go meet for a buy. He takes Laura along with him to meet the contact from Jack, and that's Deputy Cliff from Deer Meadow, right?
Yep.
But Laura's really out of it. We get the kind of infamous torching the trees kind of shot that David Lynch often used to give you that sense of isolation in the woods. A very bright light shining against like moving trees. But Cliff tries to double cross him. He tries to pull a gun. Bobby shoots him dead. Bobby completely freaks out. And Laura starts acting crazy. She starts saying, "You killed Mike." Mike's Bobby's friend. Isn't Mike? Is this Mike? You killed Mike? And she's giggling away, and Bobby's really freaking out. Again, a lovely bit of acting. It's very intense. It felt almost like they were improvising somewhat.
Yeah, definitely.
But it worked really well.
Yeah, and I think, again, we're getting more information in regards to, in the series, we had mention of Bobby killing someone.
Yeah.
And it really threw me at the time, because I was like, I don't understand. He's so happy and jovial, and do you know what I mean? So it was interesting to see that as well. Yeah.
Then we get a final meet. No, not final. James comes to see Laura. she was supposed to have a date with him the night before, but didn't turn up. And he says, I know it's because of drugs. And he asks her when he can see her. Then Leland appears, sees him. So Leland's kind of... so later on we see Laura in her bedroom. She's like taking coke, or she's preparing to take coke, and then we get this really sinister sort of build up. Leland brings Sarah a glass of milk and kind of tilts the glass like to force her to drink it, doesn't she? You get the feeling she's kind of a bit aware or suspicious. What was your feelings on this?
Yeah, definitely, and that's why she's such a nervous wreck. Yeah,
I don't think she's complicit. She's just suspicious, and I think as an indication that she's suspicious for a long time, right?
Yeah. In addition to don't forget, this is like emotional abuse as well over a long period of time.
Yeah.
So that she will be absolutely shattered by that as well, which is probably making herself paranoid, and she's then thinking, so I could read into that why, like you say, even though she may have suspicions or whatever, she wouldn't want to go down that route or think about it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And then there's an interesting bit that Leland actually turns on the fan. This fan is kind of a signal that something's about to happen. That's how it feels. It's weird that we were never explained this in any way, but I always feel something ominous is going to happen when we see that fan in the TV series.
Definitely, and it's so simple, and it makes sense here that he's literally, not only is he drugging Sarah, but he's turning on the fan so she can't hear anything.
Yeah,
which is so simple when you think about it, but it's horrific. And all the shots of the way it's filmed in the TV series to create those really atmospheric kind of shots, as it kind of fell into place, and I realised I was just like, this is so dark, that one little bit.
Yeah. Weirdly enough, Sarah's kind of falls asleep, but she's reading a book, How to Speak German. Don't know how that. And she gets a vision of a white horse. So the suggestion is whenever she's drugged, she sees this white horse, because we see the white horse in the TV series too when she's drugged, don't we? We see it when in the very dark one where Leland kills Maddie. That one, at the end of I think episode 50. In Laura's room, there's a kind of strobing light. She's like coked up a bit, lying, sliding on her bed. The top of the bed kind of slides off, and then Bob crawls in through the window. But she's kind of, this bit I find quite troubling. She's kind of into it, so it indicates that it has got a fantasy element to it in her mind. And it might be she's going along with it to show a darker side. It might be this may have started as some sort of, relatively innocent sexual fantasy, and become darker. It's very hard to be sure. Again, there's sort of things in the diary that might inform this, but we'll save that for that discussion, right? And then, Bob crawls onto her, but she kind of becomes a bit more aware, rather than just being, into the sensory things, and starts to ask him who he is, and she sees her own father's face, and she screams. Then it kind of fades out, and we get to the next morning, and Laura's there, who's, getting more and more riled. She's obviously very, very disturbed at this point, right, and traumatised. She breaks down and leaves the table, and Leland follows, and he's kind of saying, "What's wrong?" And she kind of says, "Stay away from me." And then as she leaves, we get that, that thing Ray Wise does, where he kind of tilts his head, he almost compresses his face downwards, pushes his chin into his chest to kind of indicate Bob's there and Bob's angry, right? Nice bit of acting.
Yeah.
Anything else to say about that scene, or shall I go
on? Just to say that, it's her portrayal, and again, coming back to Matt Commode, I think he calls it operatic. Cheryl Lee's portrayal here, and it's just brilliant to get to this point where she's literally cracking. Her kind of psyche is just cracking with all of this. It's really it's emotional and quite draining to watch. So to perform it, I can't imagine how you mentioned in the other segment how it must have been horrific.
She's I have to say the operatic nature of her performance is matched by Ray Wise as well.
Yes,
he's
definitely.
He's got such an iconic look about him as Ray Wise that it really helps. And then we get Laura going through her school day. She's kind of out of it, which isn't surprising. She's coked up. She had this horrible visitation tonight. Probably didn't sleep at all. And like she's crying at her desk, but no one seems to notice, and like she's being left alone, which kind of brought me back to like Bobby saying we knew there was something wrong, we could have helped her, and we didn't. It's kind of felt like that, like she's like isolated now. And then we see that evening she's at Bobby's. He's kind of wants to try and make out with her, but all she wants is some coke to stay awake. Bobby kind of realised, you've talked about this already, haven't you? Bobby kind of realised that he's just using her again, and he just gives her some stuff, right? And he kind of accepts it. Then about 10:30, she gets a call from James and agrees to meet him. She looks at the picture of the angel on her wall, and as she's watching, the one she asked, is it true, to earlier, and as she's looking at it, the actual image, the angel disappears from the photo. So is that the end of hope, do you think? Is that what that signifies?
Yeah, I think so.
She's kind of knows she's on her last legs, really. So James picks her up, and they ride off in the night. Leland's seen them leave, and you can kind of tell Bob's behind them eyes, right?
Yeah. And I think this is when she knows that we get this from the diary pages that they find that were left at the Tremond house?
Yeah.
That she knew she had to die. There was no way out. The only way she could find any sort of redemption was to die and not give herself up. Yeah.
I always remember thinking during the TV series, like, why has this happened now? How long did she know it was how long did she know it was Leland and this, that, and the other? But this film really, explains it forcefully and coherently to me. So I appreciate this film for that as well. So James and Laura are in the woods talking. She's kind of off her head a bit, talking like, she's going to die. She's kind of talking like that. And James is like, can't really handle it, can he? She's kind of makes fun of him, slaps him, and she does say she does love him, but she can't allow herself to. It's kind of it's. She gets a realization that Bob will probably kill James if he finds out about James, because he's jealous of her heart. Not just a body, which is why he's not bothered by Bobby, right?
Yeah.
There's that. She also mentions, she tells James that Bobby killed a man in the woods and offers to take him to the body. He doesn't believe her, and she kind of drops that point. She knows that no one kind of knows her, and Laura's gone, really, and this is all that's left, and stuff like that. There's all this kind of stuff. It's kind of intense, right?
Yeah.
But eventually she kind of jumps off and runs away. James acts a bit, I don't know, not aloof. Like, well, he doesn't know what to do, does he? What do you think of James in this bit?
Much better portrayal, I think. Like, we've touched on before than in the series. It seems to be directed better, I think. But again, we don't really get too much time with him at all.
No. But used much better by David Lynch. I agree.
Yeah, definitely.
And I've got, for that reason, I've got good hopes for him in season 3. Actually, I think it's going to be interesting. And then Laura meets up with Jacques, Leo, and Annette, and they go for their like S&M party. Right, we get Waldo. Yay. But we get Leland kind of watching through the window in full Bob mode. You can kind of see he's changed his expression, hasn't he, Ray Wise? So you can see it's Bob there. You know, there's that glaring kind of compressed face kind of look. Jack goes out. He's tied up Laura and all this. I'm glad this scene wasn't as explicit as it could have been. I've got to be honest. Because that stuff with Jack from the TV series where he's saying, you know, bite the bullet, baby, and all that, it was just grim. So I'm glad it... In fact, that was weird. That didn't actually happen, did it, in the scenes in this? I mean, you know, we didn't see every scene, I guess, everything that happened in there, but we saw plenty, but that didn't happen. But I definitely had enough of that by the time it was finished. It could have been a lot worse, and I'm glad it wasn't. Basically, does Leland hit Jack? I'm trying to remember now. Yeah, he does, doesn't he, over the head?
He does, yeah.
Leo goes outside, finds Jack bleeding, goes back in to get his jacket. Laura asks to untie him, and she's kind of coming to now. She's saying, Leo, will you untie me, kind of thing? But he just runs off. She's screaming, and then Leland comes in. Laura screams, and Leland screams back, right? And then we get that, such a dark scene of them running them through the woods with the torchlight on their face, which doesn't make sense because where's the torch, right? But man, it's so effective. It's the gruesome. I find this one of the most memorable scenes in the film, and it's so gruesome and like, oh my god. Meanwhile, all this is going on. We get Gerard scuttling through the woods as well, trying to follow what's going on, following like where the screams are coming from. So it's a bit of a mysterious. This, what's he up to, right?
Yeah.
So we get the train car. Leland's tied the girls together, but you know this isn't Leland. This is Bob, right? And we get a very old line. I find this a very disconcerting line. It appears that he's going to kill them both, and then we see Bob. Laura's holding a mirror up, and we see Leland apparently say to Laura, "I always thought you knew it was me." And Bob say, the other side, "I never knew you knew it was me." So it's like, did Bob not realise he was being seen as Bob? That's how it appears, right?
Yeah, which is really interesting that he would kind of contemplate that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. So Laura never saw Bob as Leland, right? Bob always thought that she saw him as Leland. Bob didn't know his real face was on offer then. Yeah. So, does he think Laura was complicit in incest then? Obviously he does, right?
Yeah.
But when it's Leland saying, or Leland's face saying, "I always thought you knew it was me," is that Leland or is it Bob? Do you know what I mean? It's like, I always thought it was Bob, right? But how much is Leland, not Bob, complicit with this? Not at all. That's the easiest answer, and that's the answer I prefer. But is that what it is? I don't know. That's part of the mystery, I guess. What's your thoughts?
Conundrum there. I think for me it would have been Leland saying that. I would have thought.
I always thought you knew it was me.
Yeah.
Anyway, it could have been Bob in both guises, right? It could have been Bob just like...
And one final, way to absolutely, again, try and break her. Because, again, coming back to the Catholic notion of possession, in that a demon can't take your soul, you have to offer it.
Yeah.
So the fact that it's taken all these years, that he would, want to taste through your mouth, all that kind of thing, that they're living kind of vicariously in terms of, you know, what we've talked about, you know, greed, gluttony, all those, the 7 deadly sins. They're kind of living that human element through other people in a parasitic way, but also they're working on them, they're breaking them down. You know, he's trying to take Leland as well as, if we look at it again from he's a demon in that respect, that he's trying to take Leland as well as Laura and do two at once, kind of thing.
Yeah. I mean, this is kind of telling when we actually get. I mean, I think this is kind of revealed in the TV series, the you know, the final scenes of Leland, where Bob, speaking through Leland, says, "I'm going to pull the plug. He's going to know everything." You know, that suggests. I always thought Leland was unaware until his final death scene, and it kind of. That script certainly portrays it that way, doesn't it? So there's my for me, a happy answer to this. You know, as happy as it can be. But, you know, it's never that simple sometimes. So Ronette actually is, you know, has become, because Leland's all focused on Laura, Ronette's to one side, actually starts praying. And bizarrely, like an angel appears briefly, and it goes silent, and Ronette's ropes have been untied, so the praying obviously works. Outside the boxcar, there's Mike. He's banging on the door to try and get in. Ronette opens the door and tries to escape, but then Leland grabs her, starts beating her. We don't see it actually, but I mean, it's, you know, only because his body's in the way, but it's a pretty brutal sort of beating, right? And then she's unconscious, and he kind of kicks her out of the car. Mike manages to toss this ring in. Again, this brings us back to this ring. This ring does something, right? It's a power of some sort. It's an acceptance of some sort, perhaps, right?
Yeah.
And basically Laura kind of knows that she's not going to say yes to Bob to let him in. She puts on this ring that's been thrown in, and Leland's saying, "No, don't make me kill her." So Leland's a bit there.
Yeah.
So the ring, is it going back to like the man from Another Place saying, "With this ring I thee wed," and they're laughing and like putting on the ring does stuff. Is the ring binding the person that wears it to the being, do you think?
That's interesting. That's...
She's basically accepted the ring from Mike as a way of stopping Bob. Is that what's going on? I don't know. What else could it mean? I've got any other interpretation? Because I'm drawing blanks. That doesn't mean there aren't any others, and we might revisit this at some point. But it's kind of, and you know, this might become a more apparent. I hope it becomes more apparent in season 3. But and I also wondered, you know, the ring could be put on either way, right? So it could be you have the petroglyph upside down, which I think means something as well in this series and the film. So
true.
I don't think you saw which way she put it on actually, but I may have just missed that. So
I think if you go back to like folklore and mythology, you know, the petroglyph is very reminded me of runes, and know that runes have been often associated with opening gateways and doorways and you know, conjuring spirits and stuff. So I think that is a logical kind of assumption that it would bind, you know, it's a binding magical you know, trinket, whatever.
Yeah. And it also could be a charm, right? Or an amulet. I mean, it could have been, it may have not been an acceptance of Mike as a spiritual host or whatever. It might have been a protection device. And it might have been when Teresa Banks took it off, she became unprotected. But while she wore it, she was protected. It's kind of could be that, right? That's another possibility. Anyway, whatever, Leland kills Laura. He wraps her body in plastic. We see that. It's kind of very grim. and carries her from the cart and floats her into the water. Ronette's just left unconscious, right?
Yeah.
And then once he sets Laura onto the river, he goes to the Glastonbury Grove and the Black Lodge is there. And we see Leland hit briefly with the white face and black lips, right?
Yep.
Which suggests an impending spirit. That's what it's meant so far. He goes in and finds himself in the Red Room with Mike and the man from another place. So if they are parasite or host and entity, they're there as physical separate beings at that point, right? When he goes in, we see Leland's bleeding from the gut. And that is an interesting thing because that kind of parallels Cooper, right? Being shot.
Yes.
And now, is there any explanation why he's bleeding other than he's just there and he's bleeding? I don't think there is there?
No, just like you say, mimicking Cooper. So like that kind of psychic connection.
Yeah. We see Laura's body wash up on the shore in the meantime. And in the lodge, Bob's standing next to Leland, who's floating over the floor. And then we get this stuff about Garmonbosia. Mike, the man from another place is telling Bob he wants all the Garmonbosia. So he wants Leland's pain and sorrow. So the wound is like a representation of internal sorrow, actually. Bob touches the wound, which disappears, and then throws the blood all over the floor, and then it disappears. And then we see the man from another place eating the cream corn, the Garmonbosia, right? And then we get a peculiar shot of a monkey, close up of a monkey's face, and the monkey says Judy. Wow. This was David Lynch.
Flying monkeys, yeah.
Flying monkeys. And then we see Laura's beach body and about to be discovered, apparently. And then we go back to the lodge. Laura's there with Cooper, and there's an angel, a proper full-on angel, white dress, big white wings, floating above them. And we see Laura smile, and kind of cry and smile, right? And then her face kind of disappears in a big white light. So it appears that Laura gets a redemption. Wow. Yes. Any thoughts about the film?
I mean, I've said before about how, I really enjoyed the first bit, and the second, again, watching it now and with the missing pieces, I think it's a phenomenal piece of filmmaking, and I think it was really severely overlooked, and that's a real shame.
Yeah, it is a shame. I do believe it's one of the great horror films of the 90s, actually.
Yeah, completely.
And I believe the series is one of the great horror. Certainly parts of it, some of the great horror scenes of the 90s too. It's interesting to see Laura decompressed in this way after watching this entire run all about the after effects of Laura. Well, certainly the first 17 episodes and the last few are about the after effects of Laura and what that might mean. Quite a chilling film. But did you feel, when you first asked me about this film before you saw it, is it going to be a happy ending? And I said, well, it has redemption, which I hope didn't give anything away. Do you feel depressed by it? Not happy, but sort of, do you feel at peace with what's gone on in this film?
Yeah, and I think it provides a lot of answers, which I was grateful for. And at the end, it was interesting that you and Mike both mentioned in the previous segment about Laura being brought out of the lodge, but for me, the ending of the film means that she already was. Mm. She ascended, essentially.
Yeah, or she's gone to the White Lodge.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Or she's in the White Lodge,
yeah, that she isn't there, at all. So that was interesting to me because I didn't think there would be anything necessarily to bring back. So in that respect, yes, it was a very happy ending in terms of her, finding that kind of redemption and hope and such.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a pretty wonderful film. Have you seen much other David Lynch films?
I have, but kind of peppered, especially while I was at uni, I watched a few, and I haven't kind of returned them in a long time, so I'm looking forward to catching them if we can talk about them.
Eventually, we're going to probably move on to that once we've watched season 3, right? We're not winding up this podcast with the end of season 3. We'll be carrying on about influences and, on Twin Peaks, how possibly other shows that it's influenced in turn, and such like, and other David Lynch movies. To me, this film feels most like Blue Velvet. That's the film I feel is most like this one. But there's cases for all of them. They've all got elements, and we have found, I think, fan theories which link this to other David Lynch films, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Specifically Mulholland Drive, I think. Is it Mulholland? Yeah. That's the Naomi Watts one, isn't it?
Yeah.
In fact, I think I mentioned on a previous episode that there was this idea of Audrey, having a spin-off series where she goes off to Hollywood and weird things happened, and that mutated into Mulholland Drive. So some people suggested. So that's kind of interesting. Okay, I'll tell you what. We'll stop this segment, but we can continue talking about this film because we're going to go on to the missing pieces, right? So let's have a little musical interlude and then we'll get on to the missing pieces. Okay, so here's the next segment, the missing pieces, right? Well, some of these we're just going to shoot through, right? Because there's not that much to say. They're just little extras and some not. But slow me down if I'm going too fast, Becky. But there's 30 odd to go through here. So I'll start with scene 1, right? Right, so this is the missing pieces. This is on the latest releases of Firewalk with Me. It's in the what's the new the big new set called for the final mystery or the complete mystery or something, isn't it? Something like that.
Yeah.
It's on the disc for that too. Anyway, scene 1. It's involves Sam Stanley, Kiefer Sutherland, and Chet Desmond after performing the autopsy on the body of Teresa. It's a fairly small scene. They're basically ruminating on how much time has passed and how time seems to fly and stuff like that. And to me, it wouldn't have added anything to the film. It would have just made it a little longer. That's all. Any thoughts on this one?
Yeah, not really anything. A tiny bit more characterization potentially, but tiny. So
yeah, Sam's trying to sort of open up a bit with Chet Desmond, isn't he? Because it's kind of they're still getting to know each other, aren't they? Okay, well, scene 2 is Stanley and Desmond arriving at Hap's Diner, and it's basically an extended scene of the one that was in the film itself, the one where they're talking to the old guy and the welding and stuff like that. this is their entire this is a longer conversation we get in the film. In the film, we get like the back end of this conversation. It's only a bit longer as well. So again, easy to see why it was trimmed down a bit. It kind of makes sense. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I'd agree with you completely there. And again, it's just kind of Lynchian in terms of the length and the way that we get those kind of extraneous characters having a bit of a scene, but it really doesn't add anything at all plot-wise.
No. The next scene is they're just leaving the diner, and Irene, the old waitress, is also leaving, and they're saying, "Good morning, Irene," to her as they all get in their cars. And that's about it, really. Again, nothing particular. Makes sense to me that he got cut.
Yeah.
I wouldn't object to it being in, but it doesn't really add anything. I mean, they had plenty of time with her in the diner, right? Scene 4, this one is the first one of Rush I thought was pretty damn cool. Mike talks about this when we talked to him. He said he reckons this was in a lot of the promotional material, which I can't remember. But it's interesting they put it in the promotional material and don't actually put it in the film. But sometimes promotional material isn't under the director's want, is it? It's the promoters and like the PR companies. So they might get hold of it, use it, and the director won't even know what they've used. This is where the sheriff, the horrible, horrible sheriff, which occurred to me, I wanted to make a point about this sheriff. Does he look like the evil dad of James to you? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, potentially.
He looks a bit like, I'm not saying he is, I'm not even going that far, but he looked a bit like James to me. He had a sort of similar type to him. It just made me, and I realised I hadn't raised that point, it just made me laugh at the time. I said, he looks a bit like James. Anyway. But an evil version, right? A cartoonishly evil version. So the sheriff decides he wants to take it outside with Desmond. He thinks Desmond's a bit of a wussy, right? And he kind of looks, he doesn't look that big, does he? Doesn't necessarily, there's no reason for us to think he can take care of himself or anything. Anyway, they go outside, and this Sheriff Cable, his name is, he starts a fight by taking off his jacket and bending an iron bar, doesn't he, with his bare hands. And then Desmond's kind of takes his coat off, really not fazed at all. And the deputy and the horrible deputy and the horrible assistant are like going, "Go on, hit him, go on," and all this. And bloody hell, Desmond cleans the floor with him pretty much. I mean, he takes a few whacks himself, but he really, really punches this guy out. And the best bit is when it ends, he bends the iron bar himself even more than the sheriff. That was kind of fun. What do you reckon?
I loved it, and I wish they'd have included this one out of them all. It's one of my favourites, I think.
It was quite a long scene, wasn't it, for a punch-up? It made me think of the John Carpenter punch-up in the John Carpenter film They Live, that really long wrestling stroke fight scene. It was like, because it was so long, it's like you don't usually see fight scenes this long.
No, but it was riveting. I think
it was.
It held. Yeah, definitely.
I think you know what? I think if this had been, I would have enjoyed this section even more. Yeah, definitely. So scene 5. So we kind of both like that one, right? Scene 5. This is where we see Dale Cooper. It's not a long scene, but he's basically leaning in the doorway talking to Diane, saying, "Oh, you've moved it. Something's moved in this office, and it's that clock, isn't it?" And all this kind of. You think, what do you think?
Yeah, I like this, and
you liked
it was. Right? Yeah, we got that kind of the Dale Cooper we know and love, and we didn't hear Diane, which doesn't make me laugh that we still don't.
To me, it felt like almost like an amateur dramatics. Sorry, no, that's not true. A drama student practicing. Do this scene. You're talking to your secretary. It felt a bit like that. I felt like Dale Cooper. Kyle MacLachlan was just improvising.
Yeah.
That's how I felt. There wasn't a fan. I could see why it was cut. I'm perfectly happy this was cut. I thought it would have been a bit goofy, but you're a fan, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, scene 6. This was I really actually quite like this one, but I can see why it's cut. But it's one of the reasons I want Kiefer Sutherland to be in season 3. It's a scene involving Dale Cooper and Sam Stanley. set after Desmond vanishing, and Stanley's kind of interacting with Cooper. Cooper's fine with him, but you can tell that Stanley's kind of nervous, but wants to try and kind of impress him, right?
Yeah.
What do you think of it?
I really like this scene, and again, this is the second one I think should have been in the film. I think the mention of the rose, the blue rose, was a clincher for me.
Yeah, and also I really like the fact that this ties back to the series, because in the series there's I think in episode 3 or really early, I think it might have been the pilot even, Cooper says, get Albert on this, not Sam. Albert has got more about him. So he's definitely talking about this character. The one thing that I did think about this scene is I couldn't figure out how they cut it in. It would have had to have been in it, because it wouldn't have worked in the second major set of scenes, where Jeffries appears. It wouldn't have worked cut in there. It would have worked more. They had that one cut into the whole Twin Peaks section where Cooper and Albert are talking about a girl in trouble.
Yeah,
it might have cut in that kind of mode, right? Because it wouldn't have worked in the earlier mode, but it could have. It would have worked. It could have been cut there, I guess. Yeah. So fan of this one. Yeah, I like the scene, but don't mind it. It was cut. I'm just glad that I got to see it. Is how I feel about it. Scene 7. This one's basically a much longer kind of cut of the David Bowie stuff. We see him in this hotel in Argentina. There's people tangoing. In this hotel, and you can tell it's like a South American hotel in the daycare and stuff, right? I mean, the people tangoing dances is a bit I don't know, if it wasn't David Lynch you say, oh blimey, that's really hokey, but because it's David Lynch it works, doesn't it? It kind of works, and he kind of walks out of shot, and then we get a lot more stuff of the people in, those people from another place, the Bob and Mike and the various other characters sitting around in that room. We get a lot more of that. I mean, David Lynch merged it all into Jeffries' scene, didn't he, in the final cut? But this is I didn't get much out of it in terms of informing me anything else. I just thought it was kind of cool. And then we get back to Jeffries, who comes out of the elevator, which is the scene we saw, right? And then this did make me laugh. He disappears again, but he reappears on a stairwell in the same hotel, I believe. It looks like the same hotel, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But the walls all scorched behind him like it was a massive electrical discharge to bring him back. Which is interesting because mostly we get doorways fading in and out, and the transition's quite gentle, isn't it, for the people transitioning?
Yeah, and the use of kind of white light, whereas this seemed, quite painful. And
painful, and he seemed to be traumatised by it, right?
Yeah.
What I did laugh at is this woman sees it and just runs away, and there's a guy standing there, and he says, "The shit, it's come out my ass." It's ridiculous. And Jeffrey says to him, "Are you the man?" or something like that. He asked Jeffries, "Are you the man?" And Jeffries just starts like screaming, wailing more, right? Did you like this?
It was definitely bizarre, and I did, a Lynchian kind of vibe, but it isn't my favourite scene.
I have trouble with the Jeffries stuff because I just don't feel any connection to it. I think Mike put it very well. I just don't feel it means nothing to me in terms of Twin Peaks, apart from the little touches in the stuff that was in the theatrical cut, where he says, "Do you know what that is?" Then when he's pointing at Cooper, but that's only after watching it a few times. It's taken me a while to even warm to that, but it did make me laugh when I go, says, "Shit, it's come out my ass." That's fun. Yeah, I can see why this wasn't in myself.
Yeah,
I felt I had enough of that at all. Anymore. Scene 8, this is where we get to Twin Peaks. So I'm all happy now, right? So it's a slightly long introduction of Bobby and Mike, here. Really, honestly, I had trouble seeing what more it was in this extra scene than we actually got. It just seemed like the same thing to me. It really didn't strike home at all any difference as far as I'm concerned. What about you?
Yeah, same.
Yeah,
Same,
honestly, it was
filler.
like, wasn't that the scene that was in there? Is how I felt about it.
Yeah.
Scene 9. This is we get the scene between Laura and Sarah Palmer. So we basically see Laura running down the stairs. This is just after she's realised someone's ripped pages out of her diary, so she's kind of on edge, right? And she runs into her mother coming in the house, who's got these groceries, and they're kind of this awkward exchange where Laura's trying to get away and her mother's trying to tell her stuff. And I can't remember the excuse she gives him, gives her mother why she's in a rush. Is it because she's got to go to the library or something? Or I can't.
Her school books she mentions.
Oh yeah. But her mother kind of figures out it wasn't true and wants to know why she lied, and she says, "Oh, I just had to see Bobby." You know, I like this scene. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, it's a nice one in terms of their relationship because her mum is so kind of out of whack. The exchange where she holds her mum's cigarette because she's about to drop everything, and she's like, give me back. Don't ever start smoking. And she has no idea of her other life, and it's a really kind of nice, just really quiet moment, I think.
Yeah, it is. And we get a touch of Sarah Palmer being a bit ditzy, which we get in other bits as well, don't we? Like, where's my jumper? And like Laura says, you're wearing it, and stuff like that. So that's a nice little bit of character development for Sarah there as well. And it's kind of, a bit more of their relationship wouldn't hurt at all. I think this should have been in, personally.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah. Scene 10, right, moving on to the next one. This is a dinner scene, another dinner scene with the Palmer family. Now, we did see that horrible one where Leland's asking her about her nail being dirty and, who she's seeing and all this, the really controlling one. But this one's kind of a weird one, but in a nice way. Leland comes in acting like he's a giant, doesn't he? Fee, fi, fo, and all this. It's kind of goofy, but they kind of like it. And then he starts saying, we've got to learn Norwegian. And they all start reciting Norwegian to each other, to learn some Norwegian. Because Ben Horn's got a delegation of Norwegians coming, obviously tying it straight into the series. And this is how to greet them. And they all think this is really... They're all laughing together, which is the only bit of joyful stuff in this house we see, right? I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Because I'm thinking, whenever there's any scenes with Donna, they tend to be at Donna's, right?
Yeah.
Not Laura's. So Laura's house is kind of not where there's laughter, it seems to be. Now, it would have been cool to sit in, but I don't know where it would have been cut in at all.
Yeah, it would have been great in, and it genuinely made me smile just watching it.
Yeah. It would have to have been way earlier than finding her finding the ripped pages is pretty early in the Twin Peaks. So it couldn't have come after that. It wouldn't have worked, would it? Do you think?
No. I don't know.
Maybe. As long as she hasn't seen her dad's, Bob and her made the connection between Bob and her dad, it would have worked fine, I guess, as long as it was before that point, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we would have liked to have seen this in, but it's hard to figure out how it could have, maybe rewatching it, we'd figure it out. Okay, scene 11. This one is Laura sneaking out to meet a trucker, just to be a prostitute, really, right? She's basically offering sex. Prostitution does come out of the blue in the film, doesn't it? She goes to a bar and says, nods to Jack Renault, who sends a guy over, because I wasn't expecting it before then. So This would have made it a bit more obvious, but it didn't really fit, did it?
No, and I took this thing to be not a kind of business exchange like she has set up with, Jacques Renault, but herself, exchanging sex for drugs.
Yeah, it was sex for drug. That's a good point. I've forgotten about that. Yes. So yeah, not great. I didn't think this needed to be in the film at all.
No.
Scene 12 was also one I could kind of completely see why it wasn't in the film, but it just does make me laugh. It's basically Del Mibla, the ancient bank manager guy, bank president guy from the... I think we only see him in the very final episode, right? That's the only time we encounter this guy. But he's turned up at the sawmill and he's talking to Pete and Josie about lumber not being the right size. And they're trying to explain to him, because, yeah, but that's before. Then we cut it to size. And he just cannot get it, can he? So this is the only time we would have seen Jack Nance and Joan Chen and the guy playing Del Mibla, but he's not a big Twin Peaks character really. What do you think?
Interesting little scene, and with Joan Chen, her kind of use of English seems to be not as good as in the later episodes, which was interesting because obviously Laura's meant to have helped her.
Yeah.
So that was a nice bit of character development, but it's just another kind of one of Lynch's. I'm going to draw this scene out with like with the old man with the milk, isn't it?
Yeah. It's one of them. It's one of those draw it out and have a bit of fun. It's good. It's nice to see Jack Nance in that, but yeah, this definitely shouldn't have been in. I always have problems with Josie because she's supposed to be this relatively poor English speaker, but she her English is perfectly fine. A few episodes in. So it's like you could say, oh yeah, she was putting everyone on and pretending she wasn't great at English when in fact she obviously is, but she lets it slip. After 6 years of pretending that, to let it slip so quickly, it doesn't work. But it's a soap opera, and it was a fun scene though, right?
Yeah.
Scene 13. This is an extended scene around the bit where Laura's getting the Meals on Wheels and Shelley's kind of asked to help her. This one is kind of sad, actually. We get Big Ed and Nadine come into the diner, and Nadine kind of decides she doesn't want it and storm out. As soon as she sees Norma, right? There's that tension, and Ed says he has to go, and then we see Norma go sit down and kind of weep, right?
Yep.
Which is kind of tragic. Really good bit of acting there from Peggy Lipton, but you can kind of see. I mean, that's his own story, isn't it? And this is Laura's story. We don't need subplots in this one. Really, it's all about Laura, and that whole interaction is nothing to do with Laura, is it? So you can kind of see why they cut it. Good though. And again, it would have been the only time we see Big Ed and... Well, no, it might not be. Sorry. Big Ed and Norma do appear in another deleted scene, so they would have been in it. But it would have been the only time we'd have seen Nadine if this was in. A decent scene, but, you could see why it's out. Scene 14 of this was... this is Doc Hayward and his wife. They're in their house, but Laura's only discovered about, Bob... being Leland, and she's gone to see Donna and she's crying, and there's this scene of the Haywoods kind of talking to her. It's kind of cool, and that kind of cuts into the next scene that informs it even more. I mean, 14 was kind of dispensable because I think the next scene we're going to discuss is a lot running on from that, right? But it's much more informative. So not bad. I don't think it matters too much if it wasn't in or not. The next one's probably more important. Scene 15, we have Donna's thinking... actually, you know what? I think scene 15... Is it? I'm trying to think of it. Oh, well, I might have got the timelines wrong, but basically she's at Donna's. Laura's with Donna. Donna's saying, I'm thinking of doing it with Mike. But Laura says, but you don't even like Mike. And they start having these like little pet, teasing each other. Do you want a muffin? You are a muffin. It's stuff like that. But then there's this bit where Dr. Hayward says to this message. Well, Mike alluded to this when we talked to him, didn't he? He said, "The angels will return, and when you see the one that's meant to help you, you'll weep for joy." And Laura's kind of looking at him or thinking about it, and then the phone rings and it's Leland to come get her. And then as she's off, he kind of says to her, Dr. Hayward, I'll see you tomorrow. And this is the last night of Laura's life, right? We're talking about.
Yeah.
So, that's a bit of a shame. There is a funny bit in this where Hayward, when Leland rings, Doc Hayward gives his wife a sort of knowing look. Like they know there's something not quite right about this household. Did you catch that?
Yeah, which is strange considering their kind of friendship in the series.
Yeah, it is odd. I'm not sure it was in tone, and that might have been why it's cut. I wasn't trying. The thing is, we all know every family's different from every other. So whenever you go and visit the nicest people, they do things slightly differently. They always feel a tiny bit odd. Do you know what I mean? They're slightly more polite or less polite than you're used to. Your levels of interactions are slightly different. They might be a bit more shouty or a bit more subdued than you're used to. So every family's different from every other. So it always feels a little odd. So it might have been that, but it looked much more meaningful than that, perhaps.
Yeah, I'd agree. Yeah.
Yeah. It's really cool. I've got another note here which I don't remember. They cut to Dale Cooper in the Red Room. And I think, yes, actually, no, it was all part of one. For some reason, this entirely different scene was put as part of the same scene in the Missing Pieces. And Dale Cooper gets into the Red Room, and it's a slightly longer exchange between him and the Man from Another Place, where they're talking about the table and stuff like that. Didn't really add anything because it felt exactly the same as the scene I'd already seen to me.
Yeah.
That was that. Just to go back on the Doc Hayward one though, it was kind of it should have been in somehow, right? That it does.
Yeah, I think so.
The end, you see the angel and you'll weep for joy, which is basically is foreshadowing the ending there.
Yeah, and it's everything. It's quite emotive. It's ominous. It's got a bit of melodrama. It's got kind of everything about Twin Peaks in that scene.
Yeah, and I always think foreshadowing like that is basically we're saying something that will come to pass, but it's entirely possible this entire ending of this film is Laura's ideal place of peace, and it's given to her by Dot Hayward. So it might be that idea has been seeded by Dot Hayward, and that's why it ends that way. It could be that, right?
Yeah.
Or it could just, it could just be that's fate and stuff. Okay, scene 17. This is scene 16. Sorry, scene 16. Right, this is. It's kind of weird and disturbing, this one. Laura goes up the stairs and starts to hear the voice of Bob. It's coming from the ceiling fan. Now, this is a longer version of a tiny little cut, which I raised, where he says, "I want to taste her in your mouth," which is a tiny bit in the theatrical cut, isn't it? This is kind of an extended version of that. So the voice of Bob seems to be coming from the ceiling fan. She starts to become sort of taken over by Bob, it would appear, but Sarah sort of interrupts her and is kind of overwrought about something. And then that cuts to the scene I mentioned where mother's going, "Have you seen my sweater?" And Laura says, "You're wearing it." So there's like two things in this one. I'm fine with the original cuts here. I think they make sense to me. What's your thoughts?
I liked the extended bit. I thought, you said it was quite creepy and really kind of hammered everything home that she's kind of going through, and the fact that it's kind of followed by that little discussion with the mum shows that the effect that everything's having, because I'm guessing that's her mum reacting to the drugs that she's been given.
Yeah, actually, yeah, that occurred to me. Yeah, that actually makes sense. The drugs are kicking in, right? Yes. So, again, more ominous things to come.
Yeah, and Laura's kind of, I've mentioned her about all the different faces she wears, but she literally is looking after her mum. She's just a kid looking after her mum.
Yeah, it's kind of sweet.
Yeah.
But as I say, I was happy. Would you prefer it in, do you think?
I think it does kind of inform the film quite a bit. I enjoyed is probably the wrong word, but I think I would have liked to have seen it in, yeah.
Appreciate it, yep. Okay. The next scene 17, is like an extended version of that weird scene we get with Leo and showing Shelley how to wash the floor. How to clean a house properly. It's a slightly long version of that. Is Bobby phones and almost are you telling me there's no Santa Claus and all that stuff? The original cut was fine as far as I'm concerned. What about you?
Yeah.
Scene 18 was completely new. Something no extended cuts or slightly different version than this. This is a scene where Norma and Ed are in the back of a car, listening to sort of jazzy music and talking about their relationship. I didn't actually make a note of the stuff they were talking about, but it's very sweet, and I believe it was improvised. I really liked it, actually. I thought it was a great scene. But, of course, once you cut a few of the scenes around Ed, we do still get Norma in the final cut, giving out the Meals on Wheels. However, this kind of sits on its own, doesn't it, really?
Yeah, I can see why it wasn't kind of necessary. And that's a shame, because it is a nice scene, but, I don't think it necessarily belonged in the final film. Yeah,
I did like this scene a lot, but, it's one of those that shouldn't have been there, really, so that was fine. Scene 19 of this is where we get, basically, where Donna goes with Laura to meet the two guys, and they end up in the pink room. We get a scene which joins that up, so we actually see them driving to a different place to get to the pink room, right?
Yeah.
That is a clarification bit of shooting. I kind of liked it. I think it should have been in myself.
Yeah.
It made perfect sense. It had a good atmosphere. It would have added to the tension. Because we know Laura's leading Donna into trouble. So the drive, I think, would have added to the film myself. But there you go. It wasn't him. Scene 20 is very brief. We see the one man sitting shirtless in front, behind a ring of candles. There's a ring of candles in front of him. And he's saying, "Fire walk with me," and he's in a weird backwards voice. Could have gone in anywhere, pretty much. This one didn't. I have no fear. I'm kind of neutral on this. Didn't mind it not being in. I guess if you'd have cut it in, it would have been just before him hassling Leo and Laura in the car, right?
Yeah.
Actually, that would have made sense. Yeah, I would have. This would have been fine in. Actually, yeah, would have made sense there. Which leads me into scene 21, which kind of relates to that. Leland's. We get Leland ringing up Teresa Banks to set up his, a date with her, via Flesh World. And he does mention I'm coming from Twin Peaks. So we get a set of extended sequences. Some we've seen a bit of, and some we haven't. Where basically he wants her to. He says you remind me of my daughter and all this sort of weird stuff. So is this Bob? Is it Leland? What's your thoughts?
I don't know, but it's an icky scene.
It's properly icky. And when he wants her to arrange a party with two girls, and when he gets there, it's Laura and Renette sitting on a bed, but they're talking, so they don't see him. And he says, I've chickened out. And he gives her the money, right? And then we see Teresa making phone calls saying, what does Renette's dad look like? And what does Laura's dad look like? And Jack describes them accurately. But then she says something else. She says, "Oh no, this guy was completely different from those that was asking me about them." But she doesn't want Jack to know that she's trying to hustle Leland, right? And then she basically wants to blackmail Leland. So presumably it is Bob, but it's weird. Does Bob take instant control if he gets a phone call about himself? Is that how it works? Does Bob just sit there listening all the time, take over when he wants, or is there a lead up? Or there is. I don't want to jump the gun too much, but there is like no. Yeah, there is like suggestions that Bob tends to emerge at night. But this kind of suggests Bob's can be you take over from Leland when he needs to. It's not entirely congruous with some of the other stuff we've seen. It's kind of interesting. What do you think it should have been in?
I think so, yeah, because, like I say, it's fairly icky and it really does inform the character, and you do get more of that, like we're questioning what, in terms of Leland and Bob, where does that kind of dynamic lie? Which character, person, what demon, what are we seeing at that particular moment? Yeah. And that's a really dark and interesting question.
Yeah, it's like, Leland gets frightened, does Bob take over for him? Is there like a more symbiotic than parasitic relationship than we think? Who knows?
And does he feed on does he kind of exacerbate any feelings that he has, and that's what happens? Do you know what I mean? It's a dark.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you'd have cut this into the film, this was a fairly lengthy set of scene, I don't know, 5 minutes. However, a lot of the scenes were in the film, so actually it wouldn't have contributed. It would have contributed maybe 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes of runtime, and it would have fleshed out what the hell was going on with Teresa Banks and why she got what happened to her happened as well, a little more directly. So it would have helped that a bit. Okay, so the next scene we get Laura and Sarah sitting at a table. And Leland's leaves, but he says to them, "Remember, it's Johnny Horn's birthday today." And then we just see a scene of her sniffing some coke and sticking a key in the notebook. I thought there was some stuff about asparagus in this. Maybe that's another scene.
That's another scene.
Yeah. Okay. So this one doesn't really add much, does it? Yeah.
No. It just kind of gives the reasoning for as to why the cocaine is in the bag with the key, I suppose.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Because she gets the coke out of a baggie and then uses that baggie to put the key in, right? Because, there is in the TV series, he says, there's this bag for key with traces of cocaine. He says that, doesn't he? So that's a tie-up to the series. So it's like, as Mike described, sometimes they were somewhat going for a checklist of things to happen. Okay, so scene 23. This is again doesn't really add anything. It's Truman talking to Andy and Hawk about setting a trap for a local drug dealer. There's some nice stuff in it. I like the scene. It's good to see these guys. Andy's been even weirder than usual. But I kind of liked it. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, it is nice to get a bit of time, with these characters. But again, like you say, it's kind of meaningless, unfortunately. That's the thing with the film. It kind of drops all these characters in, but we don't get any time with them. They're literally there for, fans of the series. If you come to the film itself, kind of without much information, or you've only seen a couple of episodes, I can see why people would absolutely hate it, because they're like, what is going on?
Yeah. I mean, the difficulty with this film is it's a great film, but I cannot work out whether it would stand alone, whether someone who's never seen the series or anything like that would come in and watch it and enjoy it. I suspect they wouldn't. They really wouldn't. But I don't know. I think they might if it was just the Twin Peaks stuff, but I think, I certainly think the stuff with Cooper and Cole in the middle would be quite alienating, because it doesn't seem to connect to much at all. Maybe a bit here and there, but it's difficult, isn't it?
It is, and the film itself is a prequel, so that suggests that it already has an intended audience. But I think Lynch goes one further and makes something that is very much for fans of the show. And again, coming back to the opening and that television kind of smashing, I think that's a kind of maybe thank you to the fans of the series. who kind of stuck with it and rallied for it, like Mike said in the segment we had with him. That, you know, people actively brought the show back at the end of the second series.
Okay, so we kind of like the scene, but you know, it wasn't necessary, was it? Scene 24. This is Bobby meets Laura at a locker. This is after they've kind of the drug deal's gone wrong and he shot someone, so Bobby meets Laura at a locker and asks her to hide 10 grand in her safety deposit box. This relates to the key stuff. Laura's really not bothered about what happened the night before, and kind of winds him up quite a bit. She's being quite horrible. Bobby's kind of really cut up about it and feels I can't tell if it's just guilt or remorse or scared of being caught or what it is, but I mean, Dana Ashbrook's doing really well in this one, I have to say, for me. What do you think of it?
Yeah, brilliant. And it's, you know, we do get a little bit of Bobby in the film. Again, not enough, but this would have been, you know, easily, I think, inserted in. Yeah, I'd have been happy with that.
Plus, it ties into something in the series, the 10 grand in the deposit box, right?
Yes.
And, you know, Bobby talks about he hasn't got the 10 grand and all this because Laura's had it and she's dead. So there's that kind of element. So yeah, I think it should have gone. Which comes to the next scene, which I really like this scene, and it's all about Bobby, right? It's basically in the woods. He opens up the drugs he got from this like drug deal go wrong, and he's killed someone over, and he finds out that they're not drugs, they're just like baby laxatives or something, and he goes completely mental. Starts throwing this stuff around and gets it all over himself, doesn't it? Really starts screaming. What do you think?
Yeah, and again, you know, it falls on nicely from the previous scene we just watched, and we get that, you know, range from Dana Ashbrook.
This is one of them scenes. If the whole film had been like it would have worked well, and we'd have laughed, right? But considering the rest of the film's so dark, I can imagine an audience not quite used to Twin Peaks would not laugh at that bit, and it would just be another weird bit. Whereas people that know Twin Peaks would laugh at it. You know, they know that this is Bobby being Bobby and stuff like that. I really like this one. But if scene 24 had been in the previous one we talked about, this should have been in 25. More Dana Ashbrook, I think, all round, actually.
Yeah.
Scene 26. This is quite short. However, it's Jacoby calling Laura and telling her off for not calling him or come to see him. Not entirely professional, is he?
No, not quite.
It's a pretty creepy. Laura's got all this other stuff to deal with, and she's got a psychiatrist creeping on her as well. Which is not how I feel about Jacoby from the series. However, I'm not saying this was out of character or out of context and felt, you know, wrong. It did feel correct to me, but it was just we saw a creepier side of Jacoby. I mean, Jacoby was pretty creepy at the beginning, but he kind of got more. I felt like he was a proper face of Twin Peaks. You know, he was like an embodiment of Twin Peaks in all its glory towards the end. So, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, not necessarily as creepy as, you know, he just seems like a kind of love-struck not teenager, but do you know what I mean? Like, to the point of obsession, but not in a harmful way. No. And you can see that in her face in these scenes. Yeah, you know, she's pretty much disgusted with him, isn't she? Yeah.
They're talking about audio tapes, sending audio tapes to him, aren't they? Which relates, obviously, to the TV series. I kind of like this. And it could have been cut in quite easily and added something, but it's the only time we see Jacoby. So again, it might have alienated people that don't know Twin Peaks inside out. I think the problem with the whole film is it's really for Twin Peaks fans, and it works for Twin Peaks, but it doesn't work for all Twin Peaks fans, bizarrely, right? So you'd have liked this one in, right?
Not necessarily. It's just an interesting kind of character insight.
Yeah. Okay, so scene 27. Laura's having dinner with her mother. This is the night she dies. She's this is where she talks about asparagus, right? She says she hates asparagus, which was in the diary, wasn't it? I hate asparagus. They read that line out in the TV show, and she just asks if she can go to Bobby's house. So that's a bit of connectivity with the TV series in this scene. That's about it. Would you say?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, there was a bit more, Laura feeling sorry for herself, but we had plenty of that. Scene 28. This is, I think, Laura arriving at Bobby's, but we get this little extra bit of Major Briggs sitting with his wife Betty, and he's kind of reading from the Book of Revelation to her. Well, I think she's knitting or something. It's like he's reading to his wife, but it's the Book of Revelation, right? Okay. And then the rest of it is a slightly longer version of Laura and Bobby, where she's only there to try and get some coke out of him, and he kind of knows he's being used in this way, but he's kind of still gives her stuff because he can't help himself really. It's a bit more mature than that, actually. I'm putting it like he's a real loser there. It's kind of you can kind of see he's accepting that he's just going to have to do it because he's Laura, right? Kind of cool. Didn't mind the original. Didn't mind this. Well, it both kind of work. The whole Revelation thing was just a goofy stuff, though. Scene 29. Here we have. We're at the sheriff station. Got Lucy. Andy and Truman. Truman gets a call about going to Miss Packer's house because she thinks she's heard a prowler, which I assume is like a codified way of her saying "come round tonight," kind of thing, something like that. While he's still on the payroll. But Lucy's going on about tuna on the phone to someone, albacore tuna, and then she's not sure she's alone, so she goes, "Andy, are you there?" And then she goes out of the station, and Andy comes around the corner, and they kind of run into each other and scream. They surprise each other, right? That's it. So a goofy comedy scene right in the middle of this hellish night. Wouldn't have worked. Would have. I don't know. Would it work for you?
Not really.
No. It's not appropriate at this point. Really, maybe a lot earlier in the film, maybe. But this is the night Laura's dying, so it isn't. Scene 30, we get Laura. This one. Laura climbs out of her bedroom window to go see James Hurley, and she hides in the bushes outside her house as her father's, I think, coming up the pathway, and he stops and kind of looks in her direction really intently, and you don't know what's going to happen, and then he goes into the house. So, what do you think of this one?
Great scene.
Super tense.
And like you say, really tense.
Should have stayed in this one, definitely. Yeah, because it informs what happened after, doesn't it? You understand why Leland's following. Though I think we get enough of that in the film, actually, saying that. But I really like this. This kind of just ratchets up the tension a bit. Would have worked for me. Hitchcock would have left this in. I bet you. But David Lynch didn't. Okay, so that was a good one. Scene 31. It's the log lady. She's sitting in her cabin with her log, and she can hear screams in the night, right? And she's kind of distressed.
As you would be. Yeah,
I really like this. Again, not sure if it would have worked. It might have worked though. I don't know. What's your thoughts?
Again, for me, it's that case of hearing about something and how scary and more terrifying it is, and then seeing it. And for me, this could have been left to the imagination, I think.
Yeah. It was kind of interesting to see, though. But yeah, I think left out probably myself. Next scene, we get a brief shot of a floating body in plastic with the sound of a foghorn. This is Laura, I think. Well, it is Laura. And then there's an insert some months later, and we see Annie. Getting run into the ER. So basically now we're getting shots that are finishing the TV series, right? Annie's getting rushed into the ER. We get shots of Mike and Cooper in the red room at the table with no ring. Mike tells Cooper that someone else has the ring, and Cooper says, Annie. and Mike looks a bit kind of sad, like something bad's going to happen, right?
Yeah.
And I think Cooper asks, "Where am I, and how can I leave?" And Mike says, a very interesting phrase, "There's no place to go but home." And then he starts dancing, and there's music, and it's kind of discordant music. But back with Annie, she's now got that ring, isn't she? She's wearing that ring with the green stone and the petroglyph. So, and I think she says, "My name is Annie with Laura and Dow. The good Dow's in the lodge and he can't leave." Does that, again, when this comes back, what's that ring? Is it a sign of possession? Is it an amulet of protection? What is it? We don't know.
The fact that Cooper said at one point in one of these sequences, Laura, don't take the ring, suggests that
the ring's entrapment device or a target. It means.
Literally. Sorry,
go on.
Well, just thinking, a story I used to love as a kid, which was the C.S. Lewis, the Chronicles of Narnia, and the way the rings were used as to open portals.
Oh, I didn't know that. I've read the Lionel Richard Order, but I don't remember that.
The first book in the series.
Oh, I've not read it
specifically. Yeah, and rings are used to open different portals, and interestingly, like puddles are small bodies of water.
Yeah. Oh, right. Okay. Well, that relates to Glastonbury Groves, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You picked up something there.
So just as a way of, accessing these different planes, but I also thought it was interesting now Mike says that there's no place to go but home, and they're in what we know to be a waiting room.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what is the kind of next step? Like you said, is that heaven, hell, wherever?
Yeah. We don't know.
And that means, does that mean therefore that Dale can't go home, can't come back home as in back to our plane?
Yes. It's interesting. The next thing that happens to Annie, if we'd have seen a little more, or the consequence of what happens with Annie, we'd figure out the nature of the ring much better. Because what happens is a nurse sees the ring and slips it on, right, and puts it on. So whatever happens to Annie or the nurse, whatever happens to either of those two will be quite informative of what the ring's about, won't it? If the nurse dies, we know, and if Annie dies, we know it was protective, I guess. But we don't know. And then we get the final shot of the final shot of the TV series where Dale Cooper's saying, how's Annie? How's Annie?" with his face in the mirror, broken mirror. Well, we get a continuation of that where Truman and Haywood are saying, "Are you okay, Coop?" And he kind of hears and kind of looks around. Obviously, Bob's in charge, it would appear. He lies on the floor like he's collapsed, and they come in, and he's laughing. And he says, "Sorry, it kind of struck me as funny." He says, "I slipped and hit my head in the mirror, but it struck me as funny." And they're saying, "Come on, you got to get back to bed." And he says, "But I haven't brushed my teeth yet." And then it ends. So there's a slight continuation. It doesn't tell us anything more, does it? There's no more from that. So those are the scenes. What I think we've said about 5 or 6 we think could have gone in, should have gone in perhaps. There's a lot in there. It's definitely worth seeing these missing pieces, isn't it? Certainly if you're a fan.
They
do inform, and they're kind of interesting too. And it's kind of nice to see a bit more, see what happened to Annie, mind you, we kind of know, because they say to Cooper, she's okay, she's at the hospital, so we kind of know, but it's kind of cool. But they couldn't have ended the film with that. That wouldn't have made sense, would it? The ending with Laura is a much better ending, in my opinion. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so, definitely.
So nice set of scenes, worth a look for sure. And I'll be watching them again. I've watched them, I think, 3 times in all, and I'll probably watch them again at some point too.
Have you haven't seen them together in a giant?
No, I haven't got that cut, and you can't. It's not easy to get now. Mike mentioned it. He'd seen it, hadn't he? There was a cut available, but they've made it unavailable now, which is a shame. But I suspect we'll be able to get it at some point.
Yeah.
It's
I'd be
basically,
interested to watch him like that.
I think if David Lynch is still enthused after season 3, he may do it, but he's an artist type, isn't he? So you never know. He's not interested in the money as such, but if he might be persuaded. You never know. I'd like to see that version. I would. Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's have a little music, and then we got a tiny bit of feedback before we finish this show. So we're now in our last stretch now, Becky. It's been a hell of a cast, this. I don't usually do ones this long, that's for sure. I know on UNH we often do quite long ones, but this is unusual for either the good, the bad, and the odd, or the Twin Peaks log. But here we go. I'm going to hand over to you for this. We've got a couple of pieces of feedback to talk about.
So we had some written feedback from Tim Utton, as well as his brilliant audio analysis. And in the written feedback, he said, I was listening to this one on the bus ride home from work today, and he's referring to episode 16, which covered, when I say episode 16, I mean of our podcast, and that covers episodes 19 and 20 of the series. And he said that he had to chuckle over the discussion about the scene with Gordon Cole kissing Shelley in the diner. He said, "You're not alone, Mark. I heard the needle scratch too when Bobby walked in."
It's awesome. It does make me laugh.
And he goes on to say that your comment about Lynch casting all the beautiful women in Twin Peaks does give the scene a bit of an icky vibe in retrospect, though. Did Lynch engineer the scene to get a little bit of action with an actress he'd been pining over? God, I hope not. I'd much rather imagine the whole relationship between Gordon and Shelley was a bit of an in-joke to reflect a friendship between the two in real life.
I don't read David Lynch as a lech in any way, shape or form. He's more childlike than anything. If it was someone like, I don't know, Zack Snyder or something, yeah. Maybe. Sorry, I've got to be careful, haven't I, what I'm saying? Yeah,
no, you said it. Yep.
Yeah, but nah, I don't think it's icky at all. The thing is, you could see the actress was really digging this. Unless she was, Machinang is a brilliant actress, which I'm not saying she isn't. I really like Machinang Amik's acting, but she seemed like she was really enjoying it to me. She was laughing and smiling all the way through. Anyway, carry on.
Yeah, no, I agree. It doesn't come off as kind of sleazy to me at all. It's like, it's quite a fun scene, I think. But Tim goes on to say, I also wanted to chime in on your discussion regarding how broadly drawn Wyndham Earle's character was made out to be. You're spot on with your comparison to a 1960s Batman villain.
Yeah, which Mike agreed to that, didn't he?
As he definitely would have been completely out of place in season 1 of Twin Peaks. That said, Kenneth Welsh is clearly having a lot of fun playing him. With all his many disguises and voices. By the way, Welsh is a very well-known actor here in his native Canada.
Yeah, I do like this actor. I think I actually called him Kenneth English at one point when we were discussing him early on, because I actually thought that was his name. I'd obviously got Welsh and English mixed up, so I have to apologise for that. One point I would like to make is like Frank Gorshin in the 60s Batman. I think he's elite. I think he's a great villain, and he would still work today. If he was like the same age now, I think he'd be a really good villain in a proper dark thing. I just want to. I always feel that that Frank Gorshin is kind of underrated in that series. As like he'd be proper menacing given the right circumstances, but of course he's in the middle of a goofy camp show, so it kind of works differently, right? I would have bought Wyndham Earle being that darker version, of the Riddler too, but he's more like, I don't know, the Joker from the 60s series, actually. I don't mind Wyndham Earle. I don't mind him and his, as Mike put it, his A-team disguises. In fact, you know what? That's going to be one of the pleasures of rewatching, isn't it? I reckon when you come to watch this again, and I reckon you will, you'll be looking forward to Wyndham Earle's disguises. That'll be like, the end of the second half of season 2, but Wyndham Earle's disguises, yay! So, what do you reckon?
Definitely played wonderfully by Kenneth Scottish.
Kenneth Scottish. Oh man, we're going through the UK now. Okay. Yeah, so thanks Tim for that.
Oh, I got to stop giggling. Okay. And we also had some feedback from Dougie Kerr, who recently joined the Facebook group. So thanks for joining. And he also said thanks for the ad. Been rationing out this and the X-Files podcasts. So I've always got something in reserve to listen to. Love both podcasts from the outset, but feel they're improving with each episode. Currently got 3 episodes on the Twin Peaks left to listen to. And although the series is about to take a dip in form, I'm sure the podcast will continue to entertain, which is very sweet. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Yeah, hope this 4-hour epic or whatever it turns out to be doesn't break you. But small bites, right? That's the best way to tackle these.
It's nearly broken us.
Yeah, this is my advice right at the end of the 4 hours: is listen to it a bit at a time. Okay, I mean, so that's all the feedback, right?
Yes.
Lovely. Thank you very much. And we always like some feedback. And pretty much, if we get feedback, we do read it out, though we did forget a bit. But we picked up here, right? With next week, we're kind of finishing everything up to season 3, where we're going to be talking about, we're dipping into the rather dark world of the Secret Diary of Laura Palmer. And then we're going to lighten it up a bit and kind of talk about the cast, people who know have been cast, the people we'd like to see cast. Given that a bit of information Mike gave us about, apparently David Lynch says there's 5 not on the list that are going to be present. We can speculate about that, who we want to see. We might even dig into a few sort of fan theories of what might be coming in season 3, and also speculate off our own backs what might be in season 3. You know, we're going to have a bit of fun before season 3 kicks off. So looking forward to that. I'd say it's time to say bye, right? So bye from me.
Bye from me.
And until next time on the Twin Peaks log.
The magician longs to see one chance out between 2 worlds. Fire, walk with me.